you're a fan in Leeds this afternoon. And Yorkshire underway first of all. Hull has bowled to Hope, who's got underneath one and has been caught by Rishi Patel coming in from the cover boundary. The second ball of the morning, and Yorkshire 220 for 5. Here he is, flexing at the knee and waiting. Left armour to left-hander, who bangs in one in short, and he's smashed it away, just scythed backward of point. He's gone all the way for 6. And in comes Hull again, left arm over, pulled by Matthew Revis for 4. Got plenty on that, 6 in fact.
It goes right, and ball, slower ball, hit up into the air and over, long on into the Howard stand. Lovely pickup.
It did cost a few quid this morning, mine.
Right, is in, bowls again, Hill hits high. This time he may not have cleared long on, who catches it at the 3rd attempt. Good work down there by the fielder Hill. Basically knocked it up into the air, I think deliberately so, because he was a little bit worried about stepping back. More specialist bowlers in that respect. Right is in. A lovely shot from Mills. This time he made room, carved it away through the offside, over wide extra cover, all the way over the boundary for 6. That was a really sweet.
Reasons, Graham, reasons.
Okay.
As Milnes is in again, and he's going to be turned for 4 more here, because Revis is not going to chase that one down. It seemed to pick up a little bit of pace the further it went. Still 2 wickets in hand. Ball short of length by Kerr. Gets the treatment here from Rishi Patel.
Pitch there. Bess is in a little bit more air. Smacked straight to mid-wicket, and it's caught. He's given it away, Budinger. Well, as suggested, I was a little bit surprised about Bess staying on.
As Bess comes into bowl to Lewis Hill. Yes, he's out. He's caught behind. Yeah. Oh, good drive by Ackerman. Oh, it's poor fielding there. And that's 4. It's gone for 4 and it should not have done.
That's strange. A Northamptonshire person making boots. Not cracking shot from Colin Ackerman here. Too much width from Jordan Thompson. Here's Bess, floats one up and encourages and entices Rishi Patel to use his feet.
These 4 days.
Here is Bess then, 2 for 62 as I was saying. Flicked off his legs first ball by Ackerman. Just straying a little bit too leg side. She's bowling.
The fastest 50 of the innings by a margin. 50 balls. No, that's going to be leg before. Yep, yeah. Bess has done it just before the interval. And once again, Ackerman.
Yorkshire will take 2 or 3 quick wickets and Leicester will shut up shop. Now then, Bess just over pitching here and has been swept.
Bess is in. Patel is slog sweeping. It's in the air. It's over mid-wicket. And that is a fairly spectacular way to go to a maiden first-class century with a 6 into the Western Terrace. Looking backwards, comes running in and bowls. Oh, Patel gets one that bounces. Did it take the glove? Yes, he's gone. He's given. He raises his eyes to the heavens. Ben Code has done it for Yorkshire. He got one to bounce a little bit. Was it a catch? Has it gone? It certainly went through him. He missed it. He lost his head. He went charging down the wicket. He swung across the line, and Yorkshire have their 6th wicket.
Comes in once again. Bowling here to Finan, who's got underneath this one. Chance for a catch, and he's taken it. Finlay Bean off the 3rd man boundary, makes about a dozen metres or so.
Back on his mark already. Walks past umpire Debenham, jogs in, bowls, tosses it up, pushed out towards the vacant mid-wicket area by Hanscom, and he is happy. Well prepared, at any rate, to take one, and that is his 50 to go with his.
And Matt Milnes, your bowler, Chris Wright, has hit that one skyward and far enough to go for 4 runs.
At slip, Code is in, drops short, pulled around the corner. The fielders have no idea where it's gone. Well, I can tell them where it's gone. It's gone into the Western Terrace for 6.
So, Jordan Thompson to Chris Wright, who has uppercut this one, and he might make things happen, Jordan Thompson, but on this occasion it's Chris Wright.
What a win this would be for the side everyone predicted would finish the division bottom against the side everyone predicted would finish the division top. In goes Thompson, bowls to right, and he's uppercut him over the slips for a one bounce four. Leicestershire have won. What a game of cricket this has been, and what a win for the Foxes. Winless last season, not this season.
What is your view now on young kids coming through? Because I know in certain leagues there's age restrictions on lads coming through into a first team division or a team in general, like a 14 or 15 year old restriction, even into second team cricket. So what's your view on that? Do you think if they're good enough, play them or not?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, absolutely. I think that I think it's crucial that you give people as earlier access to what the game's about, the better. I think we'll look at Rahan. What we've seen from Rahan, he's played so much cricket.
Perfect example.
As a youngster in men's cricket. Wow, he's got his hours in. They talk about 10,000 hours. He's got his 10,000 hours in. He's understood his game. He's understood him as a person. I think you need that, and we need challenging.
Yeah.
We talk about, this sort of snowflake sort of generation in a way. It doesn't have much challenge compared to the challenges. Yes, there's challenges around social media and what's happening with social media, which is, positives and negatives. But, I think we all need challenging.
Yeah.
And I think it's really healthy for us. And we can reflect on it and move forward and learn from it and not dwell on it.
Yeah. It builds a maturity in your game.
Yeah, definitely. An understanding of maturity, and actually, we know that 3/4 of the time in professional sport or in sport, you're going to lose.
Oh, yeah.
And actually, you build that, that inner strength and desire to win.
Yeah.
Obviously, threw Rahan into the team quite a young lad. Was he 16 on debut?
Yeah.
What made you think that he was ready at that stage?
More his character, purely because he always had a smile on his face. He was always up for the challenge. In net, he would try things. He had no fear about anything. He was always the same. Every day in, day out, smile on his face, want to give energy to the team, want to do well himself, want to put a show on. And he's a sportsman. He always wanted to be him bowling the last ball. Always wanted to be him hitting a six to win the game. Always wanted to be him. Competitive. Everything he did. Every throw that he throws it in for his life. From 15 yards, from 35 yards, or from 45 yards, 70 yards. Every throw, he means it. And that tells you a lot. That tells you a lot as a coach. Watching the body language, just watching the way he's around other people. He was ready. And, even if he wasn't quite ready, but I think he was ready, even if he wasn't quite ready, it's nice to see how he is as a coach. You put him in, you give him the opportunity, have a look. He knows what he's got to be. When I first went in, I wasn't ready. I missed chances. I wasn't ready, but that made me go away and go, wow, that's how hard I've got to work. That's how consistent I've got to be. This is what type of bloke I've got to be. My discipline of my uniform, my timings, how I'm respectful around the group, from not sitting in David Gower's seat or somebody else's seat, or just the respect you give other people. It's crucial. And the learnings you get from that as a youngster, fantastic.
Hi Foxes fans, Harry Swindles here. The moment that matters the most to me was my first championship win at New Road against Lancashire. It was a phenomenal performance from the boys. We've been in the field for about 220 overs, I think. And to win late on day 4 in the gloom, we chased 150 off about 15, 16 overs, something like that was, incredible.
4 to win, comes in, bowls to Taylor, who hits to mid-wicket. That could be it. It is it. Leicestershire have won a quite extraordinary first-class game.
To experience my first championship win is something I'll never forget. And after COVID, it was such a long time out. I think it was about 11 months from our last game to that game on August the 1st. And just to experience that winning feeling for the first time was amazing. And hopefully plenty more championship wins this season in 2023.
Hi, I'm Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire spinner. The moment that mattered most to me was becoming Leicestershire's all-time leading T20 wicket taker. It was here against Worcester in 2021, a great catch by my good mate Aaron Lilly.
Steps back, makes room, and Parkinson follows him, should be caught, is caught, it's chipped almost. Lilly never makes mistakes in that respect. Parkinson leaps into Lilly's arms as he runs back, and Parkinson, top wicket taker for Leicestershire in T20 history.
It was a moment that obviously meant so much to me. My family were present. Obviously a lot of hard work over the 6-7 years I've been at the club. I've not missed a T20 match, so to break that record, all the great bowls we've had through the years, to go past our director of cricket, Claude Henderson, was a massive moment for me. And I'm really looking forward to this year. I think we can have a great run at the Vitality Blast, and I'm really excited to see you all down here. Can't wait to see you in the summer.
you're a fan in Leeds this afternoon. And Yorkshire underway first of all. Hull has bowled to Hope, who's got underneath one and has been caught by Rishi Patel coming in from the cover boundary. The second ball of the morning, and Yorkshire 220 for 5. Here he is, flexing at the knee and waiting. Left armour to left-hander, who bangs in one in short, and he's smashed it away, just scythed backward a point. He's gone all the way for 6. And in comes Hull again, left arm over, pulled by Matthew Revis for 4. Got plenty on that, 6 in fact.
It goes right and bowls, slower ball, hit up into the air and over, long on into the Howard stand. Lovely pick-up.
It did cost a few quid this morning, mine.
Right, is in, bowls again, Hill hits high. This time he may not have cleared long on, who catches it at the third attempt. Good work down there by the fielder Hill. Basically knocked it up into the air, I think deliberately so, because he was a little bit worried about stepping back. More specialist bowlers in that respect. Right, is in a lovely shot from Mills. This time he made room, carved it away through the offside, over wide extra cover, all the way over the boundary for 6. That was a really sweet.
Reasons, Graham, reasons.
Okay.
As Milnes is in again, and he's going to be turned for 4 more here, because Revis is not going to chase that one down. It seemed to pick up a little bit of pace the further it went. Still 2 wickets in hand. Ball short of length by code. Gets the treatment here from Rishi Patel.
Pitch there. Bess is in a little bit more air. Smacked straight to mid-wicket, and it's scored. He's given it away, Budinger. Well, as Bess suggested, I was a little bit surprised about Bess staying on.
As Bess comes into bowl to Lewis Hill. Yes, he's out. He's caught behind. Yeah. Oh, good drive by Ackerman. Oh, it's poor fielding there. And that's 4. It's gone for 4 and it should not have done.
That's strange. A Northamptonshire person making boots. Not. Cracking shot from Colin Ackerman here. Too much width from Jordan Thompson. His best floats one up and encourages and entices Rishi Patel to use his feet.
These 4 days.
Here is Best then, 2 for 62 as I was saying. Flicked off his legs first ball by Ackerman. Just straying a little bit too leg side-ish. He's bowling.
The fastest 50 of the innings by a margin. 50 balls. In, oh, that's going to be leg before. Yep, yeah. Bess has done it just before the interval. And once again, Ackerman.
Yorkshire will take 2 or 3 quick wickets and Leicester will shut up shop. Now then, Bess just over pitching here and has been swept.
Bess is in. Patel is slog sweeping. It's in the air. It's over mid-wicket. And that is a fairly spectacular way to go to a maiden first-class century with a 6 into the Western Terrace. Looking backwards, comes running in and bowls. Oh, Patel gets one that bounces. Did it take the glove? Yes, he's gone. He's given. He raises his eyes to the heavens. Ben Code has done it for Yorkshire. He got one to bounce a little bit. Was it a catch? Has it gone through? It certainly went through him. He missed it. He lost his head. He went charging down the wicket. He swung across the line, and Yorkshire have their 6th wicket.
Comes in once again. Bowling here to Finan, who's got underneath this one. Chance for a catch, and he's taken it. Finley Bean off the 3rd man boundary, makes about a dozen metres or so.
Back on his mark already. Walks past umpire Debenham, jogs in, bowls, tosses it up, pushed out towards the vacant mid-wicket area by Hanscom, and he is happy. Well prepared, at any rate, to take one, and that is his 50 to go with his.
And Matt Milnes, your bowler, Chris Wright, has hit that one skyward and far enough to go for 4 runs.
At slip, Cody's in, drops short, pulled around the corner. The fielders have no idea where it's gone. Well, I can tell them where it's gone. It's gone into the Western Terrace for 6.
So Jordan Thompson to Chris Wright, who has uppercut this one, and he might make things happen, Jordan Thompson, but on this occasion it's Chris Wright.
In what a win this would be for the side everyone predicted would finish the division bottom against the side everyone predicted would finish the division top. In goes Thompson, bowls to right, and he's uppercut him over the slips for a 1 bounce 4. Leicestershire have won. What a game of cricket this has been, and what a win for the Foxes. Winless last season, not this season.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our Foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Ball, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Peter, a whirlwind week for you, thrown straight in at the deep end, but obviously coming out with a special victory at Yorkshire. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a bit of a whirlwind, but feeling pretty good to start the season and the Foxes campaign with a win, and especially such an impressive win away at Yorkshire is a nice feeling.
It's always nice to hit the ground running, especially with a 100 on debut. How special was that knock for you to welcome yourself into the group?
Yeah, as a batter, you're trying to score as many runs as possible each time you go out to bat. So I think it was nicer just to being able to contribute to the win in a positive way. So a couple of good partnerships there with various players throughout. Rishi in the second innings and Colin in the first, where we were able to sort of set up the game and get it to where we wanted. So yeah, it was a nice feeling being out there and being able to contribute.
You had some special partnerships during that win you've mentioned there with Akers and with Rishi as well. Rahan was really impressive, Chris Wright. So how pleased were you to bat with those kind of guys and to get to know them out in the middle as well as seeing their techniques?
Yeah, it's good to bat with quite a few players sort of in the first game, because get an understanding of how they go about it and sort of where they score and what bowlers they match up to nicely. So yeah, got a good feel for it, and it was great batting with them. Rahan's obviously a talent and was very different to bat with than Colin, but both partnerships were awesome and a lot of fun to be out there and do it.
Of course, all that was on the back of landing, I think, on Sunday night and coming straight into training Monday morning. How did you find that?
Not too bad. Yeah, I was just trying to stay on my feet that first day when you get into England. So trained Monday morning, got around the boys, got welcomed in. It was a lovely group to be a part of, and played a bit of golf that afternoon to make sure I didn't fall asleep too early, and got myself on time pretty quickly. So that was nice.
And just reflecting on again that win at Yorkshire, I think Rishi mentioned that you were part of the guys at T that had like a formulation to say how we were going to go about that chase. Did you feel that sense of seniority in the changing room from day one?
Not really. No, I think the change room was actually pretty good at having those conversations quite naturally, whether you were a young player or an experienced player. I think those conversations were happening whether I was going to be there or not. So, but yeah, it was nice to chat about it, sort of get an understanding of where we're sitting in the day and how we're going to go about it. So sort of broke it down into a few different passages of play and then looked at it as a one-day game, and it all kind of worked out perfectly in the end.
I think I'm right in saying that your last 3 knocks now have come in 3 different countries, 3 different teams, 3 different continents, with you being with the Australian team and then obviously with Victoria as well. Was that a challenge for you, or is it made slightly easier by the fact you've got a bit of knowledge of English conditions from your past experiences here?
Coming back to England is always a different challenge, and then especially going from India to Australia and then to England. But that's part of the cricketing world now. You need to be able to adapt really quickly, depending on the conditions you go to. So I was lucky that I'd been here a fair few times, and I was able to draw on those experiences and sort of understand what I could and couldn't do in that first game. It's nice to have that experience over here.
And obviously there are Ashes and World Test Championship places to play for, but also winning games for Leicestershire. Did you see that hunger from the guys, desperate to right the wrongs of our Red Bull story from last season?
I think there's a good drive in the team. Definitely I didn't see much last year of Leicester, but just being around the group now for sort of a week, 2 weeks, get a feel that they really want to play positive cricket and they want to take the game on and try and win, as much as possible. And I think we saw that last week with Yorkshire, that there were probably a couple of opportunities where we could have shut up shop and just gone for the draw on that last day, but to keep going for it and chase 380 is a good sign of what this team can do.
And looking ahead to Derbyshire, is that the message then you think the team will be endorsing, that to play that positive brand of cricket throughout the season and take that into this next game?
Absolutely, yeah. I think if we can stay positive with both bat and ball, look to take wickets with the ball, but bowling to our areas, making sure that the bowlers are bowling to their plans and making sure it's their strengths, and then same goes with the bat. Staying nice and calm out there and understanding where each batter's scoring zones are and then what balls to defend and leave alone. So I think if we can focus a lot on us and what we're trying to do, then hopefully those results take care of themselves.
And just finally, obviously, it'll be your first home game at Uptonsteel County Ground. We've obviously tried to make this a fortress this summer. Are you looking forward to playing here and hoping to get positive results from the off?
Absolutely, yeah. It's always nice to be at the home ground, especially coming from Yorkshire, where the away supporters can be quite ruthless. But no, it's going to be good to get out here. The wicket looks quite nice. It is a lovely ground, so it'd be nice to have a few supporters behind our backs.
Sure, we've announced a new master plan for the club, the redevelopment of Grace Road. Just how excited are you with that vision?
Yeah, great question, Jack. I think for us here at Leicestershire, I think it demonstrates a new chapter for the club. So really excited by it. The reaction that we've had over the past week since we officially unveiled it at the members forum has been tremendous. So really pleased, really excited. But I guess the hard work starts now.
Obviously, it is a very ambitious plan, but we did announce it last week to our members before the press got a look at it. How excited were they at that exclusive look?
Yeah, I was really pleased with the questions and the enthusiasm shown at the members forum by our members that saw this for the first time. There are a couple of things I picked up really from our members about the vision, and they kind of liked what we were talking about in the 5-year stroke 8-year strategy, as well as what the ground might look like in years to come. So for me, they're incredibly important to the future of the club. And actually, just digressing slightly, what was really encouraging at that meeting was the number of new members that actually came along and were part of it. So I think we're growing, and I think that relationship between club and members is incredibly important, that dialogue. And as I sort of said when we announced the release, I want them to be part of the journey and help us along the way, because if we are to achieve this, then we have to do it together. We've all got to be in this together and fight in the same direction.
Obviously, part of that was to have early consultations with the fans. It's still in its initial processes. So just what has happened so far?
Yeah, a lot. An awful lot of work has been going on. And it's not just that members forum that took place last Monday. This has been 18 months of discussions with all sorts of bodies, from the ECB to individuals out in the county, to the city council, the county council, philanthropic individuals, people that have knowledge of Grace Road and the ground. So that's been kind of building momentum behind the scenes. And I guess the crescendo to that came last Monday and Tuesday when we announced it to the public as well. So a lot of dialogue's gone on behind, and we've spoken to architects and research consultants as well, and all that knowledge has been put into a melting pot to actually create some sort of vision. Now it's about consultation period. So over a bit of time is continuing those dialogue, and I've had one or two of those already. A lot of people have kind of come to me on the back of the announcement. So it's really gaining all that information and due diligence to actually then really put together a real concrete plan on how we go forward.
And one of the key messages, obviously, you outlining in those messages and the release is just how important it is to the club's long-term future for us to thrive and, of course, survive primarily. So how important is it for the club to sustain its future?
Massive. That can't be underestimated, really. I think, as we said at the members forum, that when you look at the ground, the Uptonsteel ground, there are very few revenue opportunities that are actually contributing to the bottom line. Those that do very well. So the hospitality at the club, the conference and banqueting, the concerts that we have, great. But we need more than that. Our revenues have to increase if we are really to compete and develop as a cricket club. Hence why the master plan. We've got to look at ways in which the ground can really contribute to the cricket. And I think, as I sort of said at that meeting, there are 3 elements to it: a commercial element, an educational element, and of course a cricket element. We're a cricket club after all, so we've got to play cricket, but we want the best cricket possible to be played here with the best facilities. So we've got to create a plan that can deliver that. And I think, as I explained, there are probably phases to it. And phase 1, hopefully, will start soon. I'm sure we'll come on to that. But for me, the master plan demonstrates a way forward for Leicestershire and how we can really become a very sustainable, very successful cricket club in hopefully not the too distant future.
I guess that's the beauty of the plan, that it is sort of symbiotic in that everything works together. It will help us become a stronger cricket club on the field, as well as being more sustainable off the field. You touched on there the phases of the plan. Obviously, again, it's just early days at the moment with a lot of background stuff behind the scenes. What does the future look like in terms of that timeline for each individual phase?
Yeah, there are probably 3 or 4 phases that we now need to work on. And I think phase 1 is probably the Melton Mowbray quadrant of the ground, where that presents possibly the greatest opportunity for us to build something commercially for the club, which then, of course, will generate income back into the club that then allows us then to crack on with phase 2, which is maybe the education stroke cricket part of things. I mean, they're the finer detail, and I'll come on to the next stages in a moment. But phase 1 is about how we can create something that generates commercial income and serves a purpose for Leicestershire. That work has to start now, and for me, that's probably the most important part. Of course, there are other conversations taking place. So I met with the ECB last week, discussed our plan again in a bit more detail, and each time we meet, there's a bit more detail in there, and we're talking about media facilities, talking about indoor school facilities, all those things that will make Leicestershire and our ground one of the best on the circuit. So lots to be done, but you start with phase 1. I mentioned there, what's next? What's next is creating a working party. So at the moment, we're looking at creating a number of individuals that have certain expertise that get together that can actually then really start to create the plans. Those conversations are taking place now, so that will happen very, very shortly. And I would hope within the next 4 to 6 weeks, you'll begin to see that working party come together.
And obviously, it's generated a lot of interest from fans, from other clubs as well. Really exciting times for the club. One main question that's come out really is how that we can fund this plan, £60 million. So you've been talking, haven't you, to a lot of investors, and you know, you want to detail who they are and what they can bring to the club.
Yeah, dead right. I mean, that's always the case, isn't it? How it's great having the vision, but how do you actually finance a project like this? And I know that's been a big question from our supporters. So the way you go about it is discussions with finance. It's a bit like a mortgage. You take out a mortgage over a period of time, you pay that mortgage back, but also then use some of the capital to keep reinvesting into the club. And the discussions we had with commercial partners out there, at this moment in time, I can't say who they are because we're still in that consultation period. But those commercial partners are helping us finance the project. And in so doing, then means we can build it, then means we can generate income, then we can pay that mortgage off. And for us, that's been what's been really interesting with my phone and my inbox. So many emails coming in of people wanting to talk to us. I've got to make sure, along with the working party, that Leicestershire is protected. We can deliver a business plan that can generate income, that can pay those loans that we might need to take away to build the ground. All that part of the business plan, which kind of really starts now. But I'm certainly very excited by the forecast that we've done to date. And I think what we would see is hopefully a project within the next 3 to 5 years being built that then generates income back into the club. That means we can kick on with phase 2.
And just finding, obviously, on the back of this interest, it's really generated a spike in membership as well. Fans getting really excited about the future of Uptonsteel County Ground and Leicestershire on the pitch as well. So what is the reaction you've seen on that kind of thing?
Do you know what, Jack? It's been excellent. Really, really encouraging. I think the club has worked extremely hard over the winter, and as you've seen, you've been involved in announcements like Rahane joining us, Rayan playing for England, of course. So Leicestershire has been really in the spotlight this winter, and we're building, and that's always been part of the strategy, building for the next step and then the next step. And what I think is really important to us, is crucial to us, is, as I've said it a million times before, the lifeblood of the club is the membership. And what we're seeing now, and we saw on Monday night, the number of new members that are actually getting involved in the club. I asked the question, put your hand up if you're a new member. And it was great to see a number of new hands go up. So for me, we're seeing that membership growth. And I know we've still got a bit of time before that first game of the season. So I'd encourage people out there, be part of it, part of the journey, become a member of the club because it's exciting. And you get loads of benefits around that as well. So no better time to be supportive of Leicestershire, involved in the club and what we're about to bring for the forthcoming season.
Josh, you stepped up now to senior cricket with the lads. How have you found your winter so far?
It's been great. I've absolutely loved it. I think just everything. I think the coaches have been great. They're so supportive. And even the players as well. They're so good to sort of work with and talk to about the game, which is obviously what I need as well, being still only 18. I'm still learning, and it's good. Really enjoying it.
And how have you found, being around the lads and integrating into senior cricket? Have you lent on them for a lot of advice?
I have, yeah. I mean, some of especially the bowlers, bowling with the likes of Roman, Wrighty, Barnsley, they're all so good to sort of just talk to about certain stuff and just learning lots about the game, really.
And obviously, you've been working with Alfonso Thomas as well. How have you found that, and especially the level of analysis available to you at first team as well? Yeah,
he's been great as well. Just sort of, I think, understands what I need to do to sort of where I need to get to, especially technically. Coming into this winter, I knew in my head sort of things I needed to work on. And I suppose both sort of just got on well. And I've come away now. I've got to a stage where it's nice to know that the sort of things I need to do to get right. And just, I've come a long way, I think, so far. So.
And what are those kind of things that you've pointed out that you want to work on?
So technically, I suppose, just sort of like my action. I've been working to get a bit more side on, holding that front side. Just sort of things to try and consistently swing the ball back in, hitting a good line of length. That's about it, really.
And obviously, the latest academy graduate in quite a long line of a proud heritage for Leicestershire, like Stuart Broad, who've gone on to play for England. More recently, obviously, Rahan Ahmed, Lewis Hill, now as club captain. Do they act as inspirations for you to follow in those footsteps? Yeah, definitely, especially Broad. I mean, he's, like I say, come through the academy, got signed, and then gone on to be, taking 500 plus wickets for England. So, it's great to sort of have role models like that to look up to. And have you got any more in the wider game of cricket as well you sort of base your game on, or you study quite closely? I
think sort of relating to my sort of role, I think Mitch Stark was probably the main one I looked up to. Just another tall left armer who sort of does what I want to do as well, I guess. But other than that, I've never really had anyone I've sort of looked up to. But yeah.
You've had 5 months now of winter training with the lads. What are the biggest differences you've found stepping up from academy and second team level into the first team day in, day out?
Probably just the whole intensity side. So the academy, I was balancing on top of schoolwork last year. Training sessions were a bit shorter, whereas this year, obviously, it's sort of your job now. You're coming in and it's almost all day. So I suppose just the sort of the whole coaching as well. Obviously, batting as well. I'm having hour-long one-to-ones with Nico or Titch, so that's been great as well. I'd say that's the main difference.
Obviously, last year you had experience with the Young Lions. You played a few second-team games and had a really successful under-18 campaign as well, getting to the T20 final. So how do you reflect on your 2022 as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Just sort of, it was my first year of proper sort of county cricket, I guess. Sort of came out of nowhere, came here. So my first winter was last year at the academy, and obviously I just loved that as well, working in Daffy. And that's where it sort of kick-started, I guess, going into the year. I didn't really know what to expect. Just sort of went with the flow, I guess, just played as much as I could, tried my hardest. I suppose that led into me playing a couple second team games, which was great as well, to sort of experience that and sort of different levels. Playing, I suppose, against sides who have professional cricketers as well. It was just a great experience, really.
We touched on Alfonso Thomas now as sort of your bowling coach, but you mentioned there Phil de Freitas, and how important was him and the other academy coaches for you in your development last season?
Yeah, I mean, him and Jigs were both great. Daffy especially, he was the one I worked with the most, sort of from November through to the end of the season. Just he was the one, I suppose, who probably changed me the most. From, I look back at what I was like before I started to then end of season where I got signed, and the difference was just huge. So he was just great to work with as well.
And just finally then, looking ahead to the summer 2023, what are your goals personally, just to establish yourself in the group and maybe get a few second team games and be around that team more? I'm not trying to expect too much, to be honest. I think I've had a good winter so far, and I'm just going to go and enjoy it. Whatever cricket I play, I'm just going to try my best.
just try and enjoy it as much as possible, keep trying to soak up as much sort of knowledge as possible, keep learning and see where it takes me. So now I'm quite excited.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our Foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
I think Leicestershire have also made one change, that enforced, and it won't be a surprise to know that the unfortunate Matt Salisbury, who picked up a calf injury relatively early on against Yorkshire up at Headingley last week, hasn't recovered. He thought he'd be out for several weeks. Leicestershire have replaced him with another seamer, formerly of Derbyshire, briefly.
Yes, Barnesy.
Yorkshireman Eddie Barnes has come in, but Barnes is watching at the moment because, as I say, Derbyshire won the toss and unsurprisingly chose to bowl first. That said, as the sun glints off his sadly unhirsute pate, it is a former Leicestershire man who's going to open the bowling. Zach Chappell, formerly, as I say, of this parish, and well, how long was it? No, it's 3 years, I think.
Yeah, spent time at Gloucestershire last season as well, didn't he?
He did.
On loan.
He did. He went down there.
If this boy can stay fit, he'll be
Yes,
all right.
that was Leicestershire. I saw the interview he did with David Griffin, and he made the point himself. He was just getting on the park was an issue, I think, for Leicestershire. We couldn't get him on the park for a couple of games in a row, but he did very well in his first game last week, did he not?
Yeah, he picked up a 5 in the first innings. I'm disappointed you read David Griffin's article in favour of listening to my interview, but anyway, because he said the same thing to me.
Which came first?
Mine. I spoke to him just after he signed and was slightly nervous about asking about his fitness, but he was very open. And he's going to bowl to 4 slips from the pavilion end, bowling to Rishi Patel, who defends very stoutly the first delivery of the day, and we're underway. Always good. Does it say on the scoreboard how many overs remain? 63.
There we go. Yeah.
So 63 overs. I think we had 67 on day 1 last week at Derby from memory. Finished about 9:30.
I think we had 60 at Yorkshire on the first day. Otherwise, full days.
Yes,
and they were long days.
Exceptionally full. It's 104 tomorrow, 104 on Saturday, won't it? This next delivery is defended again, this time off the back foot by Patel out into the offside. It's fielded there by Anuj Dal, who was on Sportscene at 6 live last night. If you want to go back and listen to it, it's very good. He's honest as the day is long. And as Dale talking about, he and Brooke Guest, who were both disappointed not to get any runs last week against Worcestershire. They scored a mountain of runs between them, the thick end of 2,000 runs between them in the Championship last season, but didn't get many last week. So I think he feels they're due. As in goes Chappell again, and that one wraps the pad. Going down the leg side is a half-hearted appeal, as it's picked up by Matt Lamb, fielding in the mid-wicket region. Yet to see the first run of this contest. There's some bits missing off the scoreboard.
Just looking at that big black patch on the green.
If you look further down, the number of overs the bowlers bowled,
underneath it,
it's not ideal.
There's a few.
Not ideal. We'll work out.
I was going to say it's not bulbs, is it, these days? But something isn't working.
Come on,
Chappelli.
Come on, Grandad. Bulbs, woofers and tweeters. Next delivery from Chappell, again turned into the leg side by Rishi Patel, again fielded by Matt Lamb.
There's a sort of diagonal black streak down it as well, which has transformed Chappell into Chappelli. Ian Chappell used to call him Chappelli, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Once, I think they still do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's almost as if someone's gone up there with a pot of black paint. Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it, does there? There's bits missing all over the place.
Happily, the main bits are all okay. Scores.
As Patel waits, and this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. So it'll be Ben Aitchison at first slip, Wayne Madsen at second. It's Billy Godleman at third slip, and Haider Ali at fourth slip for Derbyshire. Billy Godleman in the floppy sun hat, of course, which he's taken to wearing now that he's no longer the captain. And Ben Aitchison doing some stretching exercises, so we could perhaps expect him to bowl the first over from the far end as final ball of the first over of the match, bowled by Chappell, and it's defended by Rishi Patel out into the offside. Skipper Leas Deploy does the fielding, and the first over is a maiden over, and Leicestershire are yet to get off the mark.
As ever, always very pleased to hear from you. If you want to get in touch, if you're watching on the stream, or whether you're at the ground at Fletch Sport.
Yes, indeed.
Nothing changed.
No.
We have a new one at Fox's Crick, CRICK, 2023. Just to emphasise its recency bias, as they say.
It's going to be...
it is the quickest way to get in touch. Yep.
Yeah, it is. I mean, fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want, but my phone's running out of charge and I've left the charger in the hotel room. I do have another one, but it's in the boot of my car, and that's almost as far away as the
standard,
hotel.
If it's standard, you can always very welcome to.
It's not fruit-based.
Make use of mine.
It's kind of you.
Ben Aitchison is going to be bowling to Sol Budinger, and we know how he's going to play. He will look to be positive. Aitchison is in, bowls outside off stump. Budinger steps forward neatly, lets it bounce through into the gloves of Brooke Guest. 3 slips and a gully.
I'm talking nonsense, it's in my bag.
For Aitchison, relatively short run coming down the slope from Bennett End. Tall right-hander, slightly slingy action, is in and bowls, going for the drive, but just slaps it hard down into the ground. Didn't time it at all, examines the bottom of his bat a little ruefully. As moving across from the sort of extra cover region, Sam Connors gets to the ball quickly. He is the only fielder in front of square on the offside, so he has a biggish region to cover. There is a backward point, just backward of point. Here's Dahl, in goes Aitchison, bowls and crashed through the offside by Budinger in some style into that huge gap that Connors is attempting to cover, make himself into 2 or 3 men when it's just him. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, I don't think. Sol Budinger, but he certainly got on top of the bounce and cracked it away towards a Milligan Road.
He didn't pick up a wicket last week, Ben Aitchison. Bowled nicely at times, but didn't pick up a wicket in the opening game of the season. So he'll be quite keen to do so this time around, I'm sure.
Aitchison is in again to Budinger. Attempter. Budinger almost for half a second. I thought he was going to fling the bat at that one as well, but I think probably wisely decided to let it go through. Looks glorious out there. Only we know, having been out there, that it's single-figure temperatures in the wind.
Did get a big wicket in the first innings, that is, last week. Having looked at those averages, he's got an average, so he must have.
Aitchison is in and he's given away another 4. Again, Budinger didn't get to the pitch of it, but it was out there and he got right on top of the bounce again. Trusted his eye, trusted his form, and he's been in good form, and he was good in pre-season. And he started well against Yorkshire last week. And he picks up another boundary. 2 in 3 balls. Leicestershire move on to 8 without loss. All 8, of course, to Budinger.
Yeah, you got Ed Pollock second time around.
Poor Mike Jelps, who was here all morning, cycled in.
He's not to go, has he?
Decided to go.
Oh no, Mike.
And I said, if you go, you know play will start. Yeah. And he said, I know, but at least play will start. And now he's watching on the stream, so commiserations, Michael. Aitchison is in. Budinger is crashing it in the air through the offside between backward point and the third slip, and I think it's going to go all the way. Dahl, who's pretty quick over the ground, even he can't chase it down as it runs down the slope. This is, so to speak, the drier side of the ground, and so ball running reasonably quickly over it. I shall be keen to get the ball running over the sort of damp side of the ground, because be happy if in an hour's time it's nice and wet and a bit of a pudding. But anyway, Budinger seemed to quite like the one when it's nice and hard and shiny, because he hit 3 4s in his first 6 balls faced. He's 12 off 6, and Leicestershire are 12 without loss.
I don't recall seeing Sol Budinger since the infamous T20 tie at Derby, for which he was entirely responsible. I'll explain in a minute as Chappell begins a new over from the pavilion end, and Rishi Patel pushes it out into the offside when it's fielded by Anuj Dahl. Derbyshire needed 12 off 2 overs to win a T20 match with 5 wickets in hand, and got down to the last pair, requiring a boundary for a tie off the last ball. Matt Critchley mistimed the ball out to long on. And instead of just letting it hit him and stopping it and winning the game for knots, he tried to catch it, Sol, and it went through his legs to the boundary for the tie. As Chappell is in again, and this one again is pushed out into the offside square, fielded by Anuj Dahl.
He can compare experiences with Aaron Lilly then, who famously let one through against Notts in a T20 quarter-final. That had he stopped, would have seen Leicestershire go through to finals day.
Very overrated, I always think, finals day.
No.
I've only been there once.
We haven't been there at all since, in my time, and in the last decade. Used to go all the time before then.
Chappell in again, and balls turned into the leg side this time by Patel, and fielded by Matt Lamb. So keeping it nice and tight, Zach Chappell in the early stages of his first spell. There's Sam Connors, there is Anuj Dahl and Mark Watt as the front line bowlers. Mark Watt currently fielding at mid-on with the 51 emblazoned on his back. Where's that in international cricket for Scotland as well? To mark Hearts' 5-1 win over Hibs in the Scottish Cup final a few years ago. He's a rabid Hearts fan. As Chappell is into Patel, and Patel is going to get his first runs here, out towards the cover boundary. Just sort of leant on it really. Leicester Ploy's giving chase. The batsmen come back for a couple. They might even consider a third on the throw. They do, as it's relayed by Deploy to Dahl, and they get back for 3. 15 without loss. Rishi Patel off the mark with a very pleasant looking shot. Doesn't look to be any trouble for the batsman at the moment, but I don't know what it was like about Headingley, but the first, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 overs before the lacquer came off the ball, it did nothing for anybody really. I mean, Derbyshire were put into bat and got to 50 or 40 deliveries in their first innings this time last week. Billy Godman went berserk, Haider Ali helped him out. And then it sort of got a bit trickier after that. Now the bowlers didn't bowl particularly well, but there was a little more in it when the lacquer had gone. Well, we didn't have a ball change once, which was absolutely brilliant. Chappell's in again and bowls to Budinger, who turns it into the leg side. There's no run.
No. They have said, haven't they, that the sort of new, they've introduced something different into their manufacturing process, Dukes, that should...
Better leather, they were saying. The leather's been treated better.
That was it, was it? Certainly,
they
we didn't have
COVID,
a ball change. We've shown to the umpires once or twice, but that
Yes.
was in hope rather than expectation, because it was pretty flat out there.
Yeah, I think
Let's try something.
Umpire Bainton had the device, and it seemed to go through it fairly comfortably every time it was shown to him. Chappell bowls, that's driven, but well stopped by Mark Watt. I thought that was going to go away to the boundary, but it went straight to Watt, who dropped down to his knees and stopped it, prevented the boundary. Budinger has 12, Patel has 3, and after 3 overs, 15 without loss. Very comfortable so far.
We had Paul Pollard and Ben Debenham umpiring at Headingley last week, and when they were shown the ball, they just kind of looked and threw it back.
Yeah.
They didn't even bother with the gauge or whatever it's called. It clearly retained its perfect sphericality. Aitchison, a little bit expensive in his first over, but he's got a right-hander to bowl at now, which he might prefer. His delivery, he is looking for a little bit of outswing, isn't he, essentially against the right-hander, so 4 slips go down. Aitchison is into Patel, and did he just drop his hands? But it was a lovely delivery, got a little bit of extra bounce and movement away, and Patel indicates there was movement.
He's quite slingy, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
But Aitchison, he's got the shorter run-up that he adopted after returning from injury last season. He was sort of bowling at half pace on that kind of run-up and thought, this feels quite nice. It saves his legs, of course. So he's very short run-up, really, for a quick.
Especially coming down the slope, it should be very doable. In he goes, bowls again to Patel down the leg side. Patel tries to flick it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. It continues uninterrupted into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Running away to his left. Microphones aren't fantastic, very muffled. Right, well, we'll turn them up a little bit. It could be something as Fletch goes next door to update BBC Radio Derby to do with the YouTubers. That one is down leg side again from Aitchison, who again gets away with it. Patel doesn't get anything on it. It was a little bit shorter this time, and Aitchison turned and looked askance at the crease, at which he scrapes before heading back towards the top of his mark. Implication being that he might have slipped a bit. They haven't got any sawdust out there. Well, there's some sawdust out there, but none sprinkled on the crease. Aitchison is in and driven away expansively by Rishi Patel. It was a wide one, got on top of the bounce. It almost reached for a little bit, but it crashes into the advertising hoardings just next to the meet. Nice shot. Patel on to 7, Budinger 12, 19 without loss. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Hello, well, we finally got underway at 2:15, potentially 63 overs will be bowled today. Derbyshire won the toss, they've put Leicestershire in, and the Foxes, as they did against Yorkshire, have made a pretty good start. So Budinger hit 3 fours in the first over that he faced. He's 12 not out. Rishi Patel, who made a fine century in the win against Yorkshire, he has already hit a 4 himself, and he is 7 not out. So after just 3.5 overs, Leicestershire are 19 without loss. He just missed 1 delivery. If you're just listening online, which Rishi Patel allowed to go through to guess. Now, Aitchison has posted as well as Chappell at long leg, he's got a deep backward square. He's ready to go, but Patel is just waiting for the deep backward square to get into position. Steps back, but now he is ready to face. Aitchison with that short run-up is in and bowls, and he's looking to on-drive Patel. It's gone slightly wide of mid-on, who doesn't gather at the first attempt. So what would have been a sharpish run turned ultimately into a comfortable single for Rishi Patel, the delivery being foolish and inviting the on drive. It was a little bit thick inside edgy though. 20 without loss after 4 then. Rishi Patel has 8 of 16. Sol Budinger, the explosive Sol Budinger, has 12 off 8. A few dark clouds beginning to gather where the weather's coming from again today. The suggestion was there might be 1 or 2 showers this afternoon, sort of 40%, 50% chance thereof. Fingers crossed. As Chappell now to continue is in from the pavilion end, bowls line and length on off stump. Patel equal to it, stands up tall, plays it firmly out into the offside where Deploy is the fielder. Already got a big dark green stain on his right thigh, having chased one down, or attempted to chase the one down to the offside boundary and slid off Patel in the previous over. Chappell is in and bowls again, foolish on off stump, and again Patel is just leaning forward and stroking it into the offside. Deploy the fielder. Chappell, a product of Stamford School, hence in fact he started his career at Leicestershire, 30 odd miles away on the other side of Rutland, actually in Lincolnshire, but so too is one of Leicestershire's new entrance to the team, Josh Hull. So as Chappell goes in and bowls to Patel, a little bit shorter but straight again and up on his toes. Patel drops it down at his feet on the offside. So too last season Jerry Everson, who had a game with Leicestershire before from Notts before deciding to join Kent. So Stamford School with Dean Headley was in charge until very recently, I understand, producing some very good young cricketers. Chappell turns, short sleeved shirt, as I say, head shaved very short. It goes in, bowls outside of some grunt of effort, but in that effort he dragged it a little bit wide outside off stump, and Patel had nothing to do with it, let it go through. Trees down Milligan Road, still very bare and round behind the scoreboard. And behind the meet, there's a few sort of buds showing when you get fairly close to them. Those in the car park, 1 or 2 evergreens there. But still looks not wintry out there. Feels wintry if you are out there because that cold wind is blowing. Chappell is in and bowls, squares up. Patel threatened to square up Patel for a moment, but Patel, everything neatly close together as he waited for it on the back foot. Dropped out into the offside again. Deploy the fielder with his baggy Derbyshire cap perched. Well, where else would it be perched? Well, sometimes they tuck them into their trousers or something if it's the sun. But it is sunny out there. The sniggering to my left.
Don't look to your right either. Don't look to your right.
You know, I've looked at the darkness. It does look a bit concerning, doesn't it? I'd be surprised. Chappell is in. Good straight delivery again. He might have gotten forward there. Stayed back though, Patel, and played it quite low. But a good over from Chappell. Asked questions, kept it straight. Not great movement for him as yet, but he was there or thereabout. A maiden, and we are informed that the Friends of Grace Road are now dispensing their goodies from the old sort of ice cream shop at the bottom of the meet. You don't go up onto the first floor now, you stay down and go to the old ice cream shop should you wish for your traditional piece of cake.
I'm banned from the meet anyway. 20 without loss after just 5 overs. And Ben Aitchison to continue their dispense with 2 of
Are you
the
banned from the your hotel's all you can eat buffet now as well?
No, I managed to just keep that within the limits, I think.
Did you have a big plate?
I reached for a big plate. There were some bigger ones at the back, I noticed this morning, so I went for one of those. It's Ben Aitchison from the Bennett end, bowling to Budinger. Might have got a bit of in-swing there because it came off the inside half of the bat and was collected at mid-on by Lears to Ploy. But no, just the 2 slips now. They are Mark Watt and Wayne Madsen. Haider Ali is at gully. Billy Godleman's gone into the covers. There must be a long leg down there. Yes, there is. I can't see who it is from here as Aitchison is in and bowls. That's defended again by Budinger back towards the bowler. It's Deploy who does the fielding. The long leg will be Matt Lamb, won't it? No, the long leg is Sam Connors, I think. Where is Matt Lamb then? Yeah, it is Matt Lamb. Down there in the distance, Sam Connors is at mid-off. And Anuj Dal's been told, you see that vast expanse of grass there, Nudge? You go and cover that. He's on the point boundary. And nobody within 100 yards of him as Aitchison bowls. And he's got some fielding to do here as that's just guided down towards backward point. He gets to it quickly and releases the ball. It reaches Haider Ali and goes no further, but the batsmen were happy with the single. Budinger moves on to 13-21 without loss in the 6th over, halfway through it. You know, it's Zach Chappell who was down at long leg.
If you've got access to social media, do let us know if there's still an issue with muffled microphones. I just saw that one comment, but nobody else seems to be concerned, so either they're not listening to us particularly anyway, or...
Could be the speakers you're listening to, listening through. Next delivery is edged and it caught by Wayne Madsen. Pouches it at second slip. He just pushed tentatively forward there, Rishi Patel. Really, neither one thing nor the other. Didn't get to the line of the ball, or it might just have moved away from him. And Ben Aitchison picks up the first wicket to fall. Patel goes for 8. Leicestershire 21 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of movement from Aitchison. It was noticeable. Patel forward. Fairly regulation piece of cricket, wasn't it, in that?
Yeah.
In as much as slip catches ever can be. And Wayne Madsen doesn't drop too many. Seemed to take a while to reach him as well. So.
Yeah, which is why I didn't think it had gone necessarily to hand. I thought he'd guided it between the or through the slip cordon, but no. Wicket taken, 23 deliveries for his 8.
Yeah.
And gets a almost derisory round of applause from the spectators down below. He's hit the 1-4 in his innings. And Rishi Patel goes 21 for 1, and Derbyshire needed an early breakthrough. If you win the toss and you decide to have a bowl first, you really want to be in and amongst the opposition batsmen as soon as possible. And it's taken them till the 6th over, the 4th delivery of the 6th over to do so.
As you say, it's often the way, isn't it? The new ball doesn't do too much, but as the lacquer starts to come off, a little bit of swing. And I think that one swung away, or started to swing away.
We had a crying child at Derby last week. I couldn't work out whether it was a child or a cat. I think that's a child.
I suspect so.
I have vague recollections of crying children.
That was good. It didn't actually do too much. A little bit of bouncy, just sort of played.
It wasn't. It was neither one thing nor the other. The shot really was it. He didn't fully commit to the defensive shot. It seemed to me.
Yeah.
And well, he's paid the price. Lewis Hill, the new batsman. He's on his way now and leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs, of course, from the slip cordon, as you'd expect, which is now back to its full complement of 4. And Aitchison will be pleased with that. Yeah, there's something of nothing shot really from Rishi Patel. And a straightforward catch for Wayne Madsen. As Aitchison is in again and bowls, he just gets the toe end of the bat on that one, and it goes out to Anuj Dal. Backward point he's fielding at. And the over comes to an end, and that will have cheered Ben Aitchison a lot because he conceded just the one run and took a wicket. His figures now 1 for 18 from his 3 overs. A little bit expensive in that first one when he conceded 12. And Leicestershire 21 for 1. Those black clouds are now up above us and are not depositing any rain, and it's sort of brightening up. Well, that's excellent news because the last thing we want is to go off again. The forecast for tomorrow is a bit iffy, and you do. The cameraman looks quite chilly. You do fear further heavy rain, what it would do to the outfield through no fault of anybody's. We just had so much rain. They called off at Bristol about 9 o'clock this morning, didn't they? It was a very early call.
Chappell to bowl at a former teammate, his former Notts teammate Sol Budinger. These two will have, I'm sure, faced each other in the nets a number of times. Chappell is in, bowls short. Budinger does hook and misses it, and it goes through at a nice height to Guest. So Chappell knows his man. 1 for the over, says umpire Lungley, but he got the height of the bounce right. It just needed to be a fraction straighter, but could easily have flicked that one through to Guest there. Budinger.
Big smile on his face, that Chappell.
Yeah, he knows his old teammate. He has got deep square out. In goes Chappell and bowls. Budinger is forward, a touch tentatively. Just about covered up and managed to push it out to Matt Lamb, who's in the covers.
They tried a leg theory last week. It didn't work. Well, it worked to a degree, I suppose.
A few spots of rain appearing on the commentary box windows.
7-2 leg side field. Horrible.
3 long leg, backward square and mid on. Deep square, I should say. In goes Chappell, bowls, foolish, worked out, got to the pitch of that one in defence. Budinger. Oh, do you mean at last week at Worcester?
Yeah, at home to Worcester, yeah, absolutely. 7-2 leg side field. They were peppering the tail end batsman to minimal effect. But we didn't have a backstop, so I was pleased with that. We had a backstop against Glamorgan a year or two ago. That was embarrassing under Dave Houghton.
Chappell, 32 on his back, is in. Bowl short again. This time Budinger saw it all the way and played a controlled pull. Really, and misfielded on the backward square boundary, running around down there. That was unfortunate in the extreme because it has cost his side 2, possibly even 3. I think they would have picked up 2. But who is it out there?
Haider Ali.
Mr. Ali. And he kicks at the ground in annoyance. But I'm sure Zach Chappell tempted to do the same. Mind you, the new Zach is quite zen, isn't he?
He seems to be, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Reached a philosophical stage in his sporting career. He is in again to Budinger off the back foot, forces it through the covers, out towards the cover boundary. It's the short side of the ground, but the fielder, Dahl, is one of the quickest on the Derbyshire side. He gets to the ball, drags it back, doesn't pick it up cleanly at the first attempt. So 2 to Budinger, who continues to score better than a runner ball, 19 off 16 to Budinger. And if he hangs around for any length of time, obviously, then he can do quite a lot of damage. A quick 50 or 60 can give the captain give the innings a real momentum and give the captain a few options. In goes Chappell, bowls again to him. He's driving in the air over the leaping Dahl and out to the backward point boundary for 4. Chappell has his hands to his face in disbelief there, but Budinger, well, I said Chappell will know him of old. He knows he commits to every shot, whatever it may be. They come very often. And he's picked up another 4, moved on to 23 off 17 balls, 31 for 1 after 7.
He didn't get all of that though, so that will presumably why Chappell had his hands on his face, because it sort of dribbled to the boundary in the end. I wasn't sure initially if if he'd got something on it there.
Would have got a hand to it. Yeah, maybe he's not a tall man, but he's a very athletic man. He leapt high.
Aitchison from the Bennett end bowls to Lewis Hill. The rain is starting to fall more steadily now, I fear. And it's allowed to go through to the keeper. It's certainly appearing more frequently on our windows in front of us.
Umpires looking at each other and looking round at the sky.
Imagine that we're going to be out there for too much longer. You can see the rain falling now, and the ground staff are standing very near the covers over in the far corner underneath the big scoreboard as Aitchison is in again and bowls. That one is down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. Umpire Pratt walks up to the stumps just to see where Aitchison is landing in his follow through. I don't think he's 100% happy with where he's landing. And Sam Connors just roughs up the bowler where the bowler puts his back foot as he comes into bowl. He'll be bowling soon, I would imagine. They don't like it when it's pristine bowlers, do they? As Aitchison's in again, and this one's turned down towards fine leg. Around comes Chappell to do the fielding. They're going to come back for the second as well. Decent looking throw, and it was a very good throw in the end, but Hill is quick, and he got back comfortably enough in the end for the second. He's off the mark with a couple. 33 for one now, Leicestershire. Good piece of fielding, good piece of running from the Leicestershire pair.
Hello, Matt from Adelaide, who's watching and listening.
Lovely.
By the stream. Just come home from an AFL game at Adelaide Oval. He says, so good to watch cricket at Grace Road again. Foxes hopefully will make a big score. Are you an expat, Matt, or just a Australian Foxes, Leicestershire supporter like Fango Fox over in Melbourne?
Just down the road. Here's Aitchison in again, and that's left alone by Lewis Hill to go through to the keeper. There is some sawdust been put down now on the his landing foot. Mark Beck's mentioned the commentary on the stream. Could it be improved?
The sound?
The sound rather than the quality of the commentators.
We are. I'm afraid.
We're beyond
We've
that.
been doing it too long.
Beyond that. The next delivery is left alone again, and again moves away as it's taken low down by Brooke Guest in front of Mark Watt at first slip.
They've ordered the floodlights on the umpires. I'm not entirely sure that was necessary, given it's just a couple of dark clouds. But anyway, there you go.
They seem a little excessive in these straitened times. Final ball of the Aitchison over balls, and it's left alone again, and that's another good take, tumbling away to his right hand side.
Like listening to the neighbours through the wall.
Oh, you do that, Jack? That is it. What do the neighbours say? What do you hear through the wall?
That's Jack Smorrow.
Come on, Jack. Spill the beans. What can you hear?
I could turn up the mics a bit, but I'm not sure that would do it. Matthew is an Aussie Foxes fan. He's not an expat. Zach Chappell continues from the pavilion end into Budinger short, and he saw that all the way. He was sort of moving backwards as Chappell almost delivered it, went back and pulled it mightily over mid-wicket. He's come to a halt about a yard inside the ropes at the farthest boundary down there at deep mid-wicket. Deploy puts in the slide, picks up, does his whites, no good at all. Gets his throw away though and keeps Budinger to 3. Might have possibly taken on a fourth for the throw. They didn't. Why take the risk? Budinger moves on to 26. I think 36 for. But no, I'm sure that. I don't think that. I'm sure that. Yeah. Always look at the manual. If in doubt, and the manual scoreboard away to my left on the Milligan Road correctly says 26 to Budinger, 36 for 1. The electronic having ceased functioning. Chappell is into Hill outside off stump. Hill leaves. Foolish delivery.
Corrected on the main scoreboard now.
Hill will be keen to score. Obviously not just in the context of the game, but he was pretty much the only Leicestershire batsman who failed against Yorkshire 7 and 3, I think, were his scores against the Yorkies. So he'll want to do well, coming in at number 3 and not keeping wicket anymore. Chappell is in, bowls to him. Thought for a minute he was going to leave that one, but played it very late, almost under his eye line, just outside of stump, came down on it, dropped it out towards dial at backward point, and there's no run.
I don't think there's any need for those lights. I think you're right. There's another band of rain away to our right, but it looked like the band of rain that didn't really affect us last time, so it might pass to the far beyond the Bennett end, which it has been doing.
Okay. They did sort of switch them on and off at Headingley there. They didn't just leave them on. In goes Chappell, bowls outside off stump, and exaggerated leave from Hill. Put his left foot forward and then pulled his bat back inside the line, very almost ostentatiously swiveled around. Plenty of blue around there in the sky, and the light's kind of fine, so why they ordered the lights.
Preemptive strike, I think the sun's coming out again now.
Yeah, bright sunshine. Chappell in, outside off stump, trying to tempt Hill into indiscretion. Hill, at this very early stage of his innings, not to be tempted. Pitch is slightly odd, isn't it? They look like they've left a little more grass on at each end.
Yes, and shaved the middle. There'll be a name for it, won't there? I imagine.
But it seems to be playing, as they so often do. They can look a little odd here at Grace Road sometimes, but they tend to play pretty well. Chappell in. Hill initially looked to work that one on the leg side. Saw it going down there. He sort of played at it, but without deliberately playing at it, if that makes any sense. It was like Mark Cosgrove used to do a lot of. Played his shot deliberately inside the line, so to speak. End of the 9th over, 36 for 1. Chappelli has bowled 5 overs and taken none for 16. I like that, Chappelli on the scoreboard.
Oh, thank you very much, Bronte.
Oh, Bronte's here.
Some cake.
Bless his heart.
You must miss Cozzy, don't you?
Very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all do.
Great guy.
I think we all do.
Great guy.
Very much a fixture of my early time covering Derbyshire when we came to Leicester. Great servant of Leicestershire, of course.
And Glamorgan. Loved his time down there. You always need to talk about that.
Going abroad, isn't it? 2 slips in place for Benetchis, and then he's bowling to Sol Buddinger, who goes back into his crease and doesn't really know where that ball is as it dribbles out square on the leg side. It's actually fielded by the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. He picks up another single there, moves to 27, 37 for 1. Only 2 of the games in the second division today, and only one of them actually playing at the moment because they called off for the day at Bristol, and Worcestershire won the toss, decided to have a bowl first, and Durham 146 for 2, so disappointing for Worcestershire. Obviously not if you're a Durham fan, but you won't be listening to us anyway. Ben Etchison's lost his run-up. We'll have to go back to his mark and begin again. But they're not massively high scores around the country, I notice.
Jesse has a question about Peter Hanscom's batting position.
Excellent. Aitchison bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Buddinger takes a step down the track. It was almost his momentum that took him forward as he pushed it out into the offside. Deploy fields.
To wit, why is Peter batting so low, i.e. at 5? Well, he doesn't want to rope. He's keeping wicket, Jesse, as well. It's all sort of connected to Lewis Hill in a way. Colin Ackerman doesn't like to bat at 3. I know Hanscom bats at 3 sometimes for the Vicks, doesn't he, in Melbourne?
And Hill leaves this next delivery from Aitchison alone outside the off stump.
So that was a possibility. I mean, it could have been also the fact that he sort of arrived 48 hours earlier, he'd played cricket all over the winter, didn't he? One way or another, all over the world, and then it was a fairly late call, if you like, from Leicestershire.
I think Aitchison in again. That one's down the leg side. They're claiming a catch down the leg side. It must have brushed his thigh pad. Haider Ali's convinced.
Some are more convinced than others.
Yes,
Ben Aitchison wasn't interested at all, really, was he? The bowler.
Haider led the appeal.
Deploy fancied it too, running in from extra cover.
When you're the captain, you do, don't you? If you put the opposition in, and you've got 1 wicket and they're 37 in the 10th over. Not quite the start that Derbyshire made last week, but of course Derbyshire lost that game. So this next delivery is driven full delivery and well fielded, and is followed through by Aitchison, bending down, picking it up in his right hand, sending the fielders, or the fielder on the leg side, the main fielder, Anuj Dal, out.
Now, Dean from Derby is warning us. He says there's a rainstorm heading southeasterly.
Excellent. That's not good, is it?
Which from Derby, assuming that's where it was raining.
As Aitchison bowls that again, is down the leg side. This one doesn't really get up, and it's well fielded by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, tumbling away to his left-hand side. End of the over, 37 for 1 after 10. Ben Aitchison 1 for 21 from his 5.
Suggests it might be heading our way. Fingers crossed.
Looking out of our back window, we can't see directly where it might be coming from, but out the back it looks blue.
Yeah, above the city there.
I've got a very long lead on my headphones. I reckon I can get most of the way here without pulling everything down. Yeah.
I had issues with the notifications. Like, I thought I'd switched everything off.
Come on. Amateurish.
Of course. Chapel. You're getting more overs out of him in one spell than we managed to do over years, but he's continuing from the pavilion end into Bodinger, who slashes, gets the top edge, and it flies at a rate of knots over Madsen at second slip. Not that high above him, but we had a perfect view of that. We are at sort of long on for Chapel's bowling, across, pushing it across Bodinger, directly in the line we are with Wayne Madsen, and he went at it hard off the back foot, sort of top edge, and it flew. It was pretty close to Madsen, who isn't the tallest man, but by gum it was travelling. And Bodinger picks up another boundary, 31 off 20 balls. Leicestershire will be hoping he's there for 40 or 50 balls, and who knows what he'll be on. In goes Chapel, bowls to him. He goes back and defends it quite stylishly out into the covers. And there is no run. He's got a lovely eye, you have to say, Bodinger, and like so many left-handers, an elegance of technique that you can only envy, really. But consistency, well, he hasn't always been consistent in terms of weight of runs, but he's clearly got huge ability, hand-eye coordination, very fast hands when he pulls, if he can convert that as Chapel goes in, bowls short to him, pulls it in the air, but it's going to bounce just short of the man running around from long leg towards fine leg, and does. Good stop down there. Well, bounced quite nicely for him, but he had to get in position to make the stop. But again, Bodinger accepts the invitation, as he nearly always does, and picks up on this occasion a single.
Just another notification.
Yes.
Come on, Richard. Sort it out.
Moves on to 32 from 22 balls. Cannot do two things at once. Just can't. Whatever the situation. Chapel is in to Hill, who is defending on the front foot, bat slightly in front of his front pad as he stretched forward to that one. Lewis Hill, but when Bodinger is scoring at the rate he is, Hill has faced 19 balls for his 2. Bodinger just 22 balls for his 32. Then you don't really need to be looking to pick up too many runs at the other end. Just, you've got all the time in the world to play yourself in.
You don't want two players going at it in first class cricket necessarily, do you?
Chapel in, bowls. Hill again gets a delivery on middle and leg stump, which he turns into the leg side. Dahl is the fielder, and that very familiar. Hill, not really a squawk, it's a sort of slightly high-pitched bellow, if that's not a contradiction in terms, but it is a very, very familiar sound, which I shall hear long after I've gone into retirement, I suspect. You know? The sound of Lewis Hill shouting no across Grace Road. 42 for 1. Chapel in and bowls. Good line, good length. Hill meets it with an equally correct forward defensive press as the ball bounces up towards off stump end of the over. Coming up to the top of the hour, so Fletcher will disappear to update BBC Radio Derby. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Leicester before too long. Leicester will be tolerably pleased with the first 45 minutes, I'm sure. I would like to lose Rishi Patel, but Budinger looks to be seeing it nicely. More to the point, don't at the moment look to be too many demons in the pitch. Not too much movement for Aitchison's got a little, Chapel not so much. Aitchison continues from the Bennett end bowls, tucks up Budinger, who turns it down towards leg gully, and here's Hill calling him through for the single. Didn't turn it actually, because although it sounded quite wooden, it actually thumped into the pad. Not quite the bat as he looked to turn it away, and the umpire, who is Neil Pratt, who has got his sort of Panama on with the black ribbon. Tom Longley, as Fletch said, he favours the flat cap. Aitchison is into Hill, and it's over pitched and driven away. Didn't quite get all of it out into the offside. It runs quite slowly. He played it quite late, Hill, but he has got it away for 2. Moves on to 4. 45 for 1. Aitchison just struggled with the consistency of his line and length in this spell, as so many bowlers do coming to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, part because of the slope, particularly coming down. Aitchison is in, bowls outside off stump, does look to swing, but quite sort of late after it had passed the batsman, or the batsman's leave, taken by Guest, the wicketkeeper, moving across to his right in front of first slip. 45 for 1. Run rates last week were remarkable, really. In goes Aitchison bowls, and it's turned down to fine leg by Hill. I'm pretty sure that's going to go for 4. No chance for Chapel. He didn't really even sprint along the ropes, had Chapel. He knew he was not going to get there. It was a little bit short. It was on to Hill's legs, and with perfect timing and total economy of movement, Hill just stepped back, small man, relatively small man, and calmly turned it down to fine leg for 4. Got right on top of it. Bit of a gimme from Ben Aitchison. 49 for 1. Hill on 2-8. Aitchison is in again. To him wide. Hill goes for the slashing drive and misses it. It was out there to be hit, really. It was very wide outside off stump. It wasn't to the pitch of it, though, and Hill, having played a very neat little leg glance, previous delivery, not so attractive a shot there, rather got away with it, flung the bat at it, stepped out, didn't get anything on it. Aitchison with that short run is in. Ooh, Hill was stretching forward to that one, and it bounced a bit at him. Might just have wrapped him on the glove. He's okay. He had a hand problem last season. Lewis Hill hit him on the backhand, the bottom hand. But that one, I think, hit him amidships, judging by the fact he's down on his knees at the moment, talking to Sol Budinger. End of the over, 49 for 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, hopefully between overs. They've made a pretty decent start. They were put in by Derbyshire, lost the toss obviously, Leicestershire, and although they've lost Rishi Patel, Centurion, last week against Yorkshire, he was caught at second slip off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 8. Sol Budinger, his fellow opener, is looking in pretty good form. He's hit 32 off just 23 balls. The captain, Lewis Hill, is with him. He's just picked up his first boundary. He's on 8 off 26. Foxes approaching their first 50. They're 49 for 1. We are now going to get a change. Zach Chappell is coming off after 6 overs from this pavilion end, and Anush Dahl is going to have a go from the pavilion end. He's coming round the wicket, bowls very full, but drives hard down into the ground, bounces out towards mid-off. Mark Watt bounces around to it. The substantial figure of Mark Watt bounces around to his right to make the stop, and there's no run. Wind gets up again under a dark cloud. Dahl round the wicket is in, bowls, and a little bit hurried there, Budinger, as he rather scoops that one back down the pitch on the onside. Twiddles the bat in his hand, looked to be getting in position to pull, but wasn't quite there to pull. It was fuller than that, and he had to play straight in the end. Did so perfectly successfully. Remains on 32. Dahl turns. Scurrying run, a little bit short that time, and he's gone for the pull. He got a top edge and it bounces out towards backward point. Had there been a conventional point or backward point, that would have been a catch, but there wasn't. The man in the point position is back on the boundary, and that single, slightly fortuitous as it was, means that Leicestershire brought up their 50. Budinger moves on to 33, 50 for 1. Hill has 8. Sun goes behind cloud, the wind underneath it, one of these sort of stormy clouds, a little bit dark away, obviously again behind it. I think we deserve a bit of fortune with the weather. Back over the wicket, of course, for the right-handed Hill is Dahl. Just the 2 slips as he goes in and bowls. It's full and it's onto the legs of Hill. He tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the bottom of the pad, bounces out into the leg side, and there's no run. Billy Godleman has been brought into short extra cover. Sun-hatted Billy Godleman, but he looks fairly well swathed in sweaters, as indeed all the Derbyshire players. It is cold out there. Dahl is in off stump line, and Hill is stretching forward again, eyeing the ball slightly sideways on as he drops it off the thick inside part of his bat down towards short leg. Remember, Friends of Grace Road down in the old ice cream shop at the bottom of the meet now. Their wonderful homemade cakes very much on sale. Dahl is in, forward goes Hill, bat and pad close together as he makes the forward defensive press, keeps the ball out, and that is the end of Dahl's first over. Pretty respectable one, just conceded the 1 from it, and on another day might have picked up the wicket of Budinger, who, as is his wont, is living slightly dangerously. But to some effect, he's on 33 of 26 balls. Made 40, I think. Sam Connors, as you heard, is coming on. 41 it was in the second innings. He got in the first innings as well. 21 he made in the first innings at Headingley. And I think he was very disappointed on a pretty flat track not to go on either occasion. Well, he's got another opportunity to do that here, and he's going to be facing Sam Connors. 3 wickets last week in the match against Worcestershire. For Connors, characteristic run is in and bowls down the leg side. Budinger tries to get something on it in a slightly dismissive fashion and doesn't manage to do so. It's taken by Guest behind the stumps.
Sorry, I bet you thought I wasn't coming back, didn't you?
It's all right. It was great.
Well, was it? Excellent. I'll go away again then. Our newsreader was having 1 or 2 technical issues, so the news didn't start till 3 minutes past 3,
right,
which is unusual, but we got there in the end.
Connors, holding the ball high up to his chest, is in, bowl short, trying to pull. I think it hit him on the gloves. Just bounced. No, he bends as though it hit him somewhere rather more painful, that I think in the stomach perhaps for Budinger on that occasion. It dropped towards short leg. You heard the Hill shout of no, and I think Budinger was probably quite relieved about that. He can just recompose himself. A little bit of extra bounce there for Sam Connors. Down the slope he comes and bowls. Budinger is squared up a bit. He pushes it back past Connors between Hill and the stumps at the non-striker's end, of course, but running across. Watt makes sure from mid-off that there's no chance of a single.
Also got waylaid by that gentleman who was looking through the window.
The Friends of Grace Road.
Indeed, he was just asking if there was any kind of cake that you didn't like.
He did come up very kindly, ask whether he'd like to bring some up.
I said
didn't mention we'd already got some.
No, he's going to bring more. I told him that as well, but I said bring it all.
Connors is in, and that one is turned off his legs by Budinger down to long leg, where Chappell is waiting in front of the meet. In front, indeed, of the Friends of Grace Road's new outlet, we call it down there. One is taken, Budinger on to 34, 51 for one.
Was he 32 when he was here? His number on his back, not his age. Clearly, Zach Chappell. I don't know if that's
He's a vague bell, actually. He could have been. I'd have to look back.
Number, yeah.
I'd have to look back through my notes.
Players like to stick to numbers, don't they?
They do. Perhaps that's why they choose sort of one that's not immediately obvious why they'd have 32. Do you know what I mean? Derbyshire's first team squad probably consisting of no more than 24, 25.
Tops.
Connors is in, bowls outside off stump. Hill stretches forward, tilts his head back, watching the ball through into the gloves of Guest.
Umpire Pratt just warning, subtly warning Sam Connors that he was getting very close to overstepping there. They did have a no-ball issue. Second innings against Worcestershire, a few raindrops around as well. When they bowled 13 no-balls in the second innings, which is probably about 13 too many.
Connors in. Bowls slightly shorter of a length. Up on his toes is Hill, forcing it out into the offside but not really timing it. It runs quite slowly out towards mid-off, and you heard the shout. Hopefully you heard the shout anyway in the effects mic. No, said Hill, holding up his bat to Sol Budinger. Just a single from the over, perfectly respectable one by and large from Connors. Leicestershire after 14 overs are 51 for one.
Yeah, just one run off each of the last two overs. The first overs bowled by Sam Connors and Anuj Dal. Dal bowling much earlier than he bowled last week when we had Saranga Lakmal in the side.
The cameraman is literally shaking with cold out there, but I haven't too much sympathy because he was here all last season. He knows how cold it can get.
Yeah, serves him right. Around the wicket goes Anuj Dal, almost York, Sol Budinger. Got his bat down on that one very late and had to as well. Almost topples into the offside as he does so. Terrific delivery from Dahl and well dealt with in the end by Sol Budinger. He remains on 34, 51 for one. I don't think the current raindrops are anything to worry about, because I don't really know where they're coming from, if I'm entirely honest with you. As Dahl is in again, this one is slapped down the ground, and it was a slap, and two bounces for four over the head of Zach Chappell at mid-on. That was a fairly agricultural shot, but very effective from Budinger, who moves up to 38 now, 55 for one Leicestershire. I don't think Dahl will take that one personally. He looked like he was going to play that shot no matter what the delivery. He's hammered it to the left of Zach Chappell and a considerable distance over his head for a two bounce four. Now feels like he needs to get his legs moving. Well, they're moving pretty well to me from this distance. 38 off 32. He's just holding things up here, and now there's an arm up. What's going on here?
Everybody's looking.
They want a helmet for Brooke Guest to prevent Sol Budinger from moving down the track. So first sight since the start of play of Saranga Lakmal, who's going to take the helmet as far as he can. I think he's going to give it. I thought he was going to give it to his skipper there, but he's decided against it. He's going to go all the way to the middle. He's Saranga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan. Always smiling. And he trots off again. He'll have another rest next week, of course, because Derbyshire don't play.
No, we don't play either.
There can't be many games. There must be only 2 matches next
hard to
week.
understand.
It's good for me, but not necessarily good for cricket. Dahl in and bowls to Budinger, who drives out towards the cover boundary. There is a man out there. It's Haider Ali who does the fielding, and Budinger picks up another single. He moves to 39, 56 for 1. It was the one Saturday I didn't want to work in the, didn't want to be doing cricket in the first 6 weeks of the season, because it's Derby County against Burton Albion at Pride Park. And I was quite keen to get to that one, having seen Burton claim a draw in the first game at the Preley Stadium.
I remember the Pride Park seats for a relatively new stadium are extremely narrow in the press box.
I'll be spreading out as Dahl bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends this one up to mid-on.
I'm sure you've been there before too.
I have,
yeah.
yeah.
It is, once in, it's quite hard to extract yourself.
Yeah, 3 games next week, including one against Bolton, which, as people who listen to me regularly will know, is the big one.
Callum Parkinson will be listening to that one as well. I'm sure he might even be there.
Could
Parkinson's apparently not quite fit enough to be considered for selection for this game.
Dahl bowls and he's left that one alone. It's not taken cleanly by Guest. He'll just, again, I'd probably left that one on length.
Glorious sunshine now.
It is a bizarre old day. We didn't have any rain at all this morning when the players weren't able to get on because of the wet outfield. It had rained last night, and presumably through the night at times as well. It was always going to be in April when we wouldn't get away with it. Dahl is in again, and Hill defends out into the offside. Billy Godleman, who's in that short extra cover. Yes, Billy Godleman at short extra cover does the fielding. Hill remains on 8. Budinger 39, 56 for 1 at the end.
He was in the slips earlier on, wasn't he, as well?
He's been everywhere. He did
so used to seeing him at sort of mid-off.
Mid-off to everybody.
Yeah,
when he was captain. He's having a lengthy discussion with Tom Lungley at the moment. I don't think their Derbyshire careers overlapped. Lungley and Madsen might have done. Madsen's 15th season for Derbyshire.
When he played, I'll have a quick look. Sam Connors is in from the Benetton bowl, slightly short of a length, and again, not entirely convincing from Budinger, who's slightly squared up, and it pops off a thickish outside edge into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Lungley, Derbyshire, Lancashire, 2000 to 2010 he played his first class cricket.
So Wayne Madsen was there in 2010, because this is his 15th season, or 11 certainly.
There you go, they will be.
Yeah, they would have.
Old teammates then.
Yeah.
Umpire Pratt, who's standing at the Bennett end the first half of the game. Round the wicket goes Connors and bowls Fullish. Waiting for it in the crease is Budinger, who works it to the ball, that is, back past Sam Connors, who stuck out a meaty left hand, brushed his fingers, but couldn't quite stop it. And the alert Budinger, equally alert Hill, across for a quick single. Budinger into the 40s for the second time in consecutive innings. Wasn't able to go on against Yorkshire. We're very keen to do so here. Sol Budinger is a man of parts as Connors bowls, and Hill is going to pick up just the one in the end. Thick outside edge along the ground. And it's Anuj Dahl running back from Gully, who gets to the ball first. It's a quick... though it's not particularly short run up Sam Connors, he's quickly back to his mark, making an excuse for the fact that I almost missed that delivery because I was looking in Cricketers Who's Who. Round the wicket comes Connors bowls. Budinger is pinned on the back foot, but it's going down the leg side for me. Difficult angle, that said, but umpire Pratt decides it isn't going to hit the stumps one way or another, or isn't sufficiently convinced it's going to hit the stumps, and turns the appeal down. Logically, it would have swung back in to Budinger. As I say, we're at sort of third slip, really, on the other side of the boundary.
First big appeal, though.
Yeah.
Took a
Certainly
while.
height wouldn't have been an issue, I don't think. Connors is in, and that one is on off stump. May have swung back in a little bit, but Budinger on the back foot, dropping it out into the gap at point, because back on the boundary is Matt Lamb. I suppose that's the advantage of Budinger having hit those early fours. They've got the sweeper out on the offside in a way, and suddenly there's a single there to be had.
Yeah. Tom Lungley's career best bowling figures against Leicestershire. 5 for 20.
Connors is in, bowl slightly short, short-armed pulled from Lewis Hill. Saw it very early, and he's timed that rather sweetly as well, considering he didn't put any weight into the shot. It's running out to the mid-wicket boundary, and it crosses the ropes at deep mid-wicket across the dampest part of the ground as well. So it might just have picked up a bit of moisture as well. Just shows you don't have to really try and lace into those pulls and hooks. It was just nothing more than a short-armed pull. Certainly wasn't the full swing of the bat, but he timed it really sweetly. And overs have been bowled, and as I say, Leicestershire will be increasingly happy with their first hour's work, I suspect.
Roger's has been on, so Zach Chappell has been 32 at all his county sides. Can't tell you why, though. I hope you've got the hand warmers to hand. It looks Baltic. It is cold outside. It's very, very warm in the commentary box, because it's like a greenhouse perched on the top of the pavilion as Anuj Dal loses his run-up on his way in. He said it was cold this morning on the Crown Green Bowling Arena at Walton Dam in Chesterfield. Definitely affected his delivery, he said.
I bet those, even with the weights, I bet they were wobbling as they rolled across the green.
It's Crown. Proper bowls.
Biases, yeah.
Dahl around the wicket bowls. That's a good delivery that's defended by Sol Budinger. He's got 41 from 38 balls now.
He can speak 4 languages, Sol Budinger.
Can he?
Yes.
German would be one of them. French.
Australian. He was brought up in Australia. What do they call it? Strine, don't they? That's slang.
Oh, yes. It's certainly not English. Here is Dahl again in and bowls to the multilingual Sol Budinger, who crashes that one away for 4 runs. I was fairly convinced that the man out there would be able to stop it, but Haider Ali couldn't, and it's reached the boundary, and he moves on to 45 off just 39 balls now, Sol Budinger. It's been a terrific knock from him. Leicestershire move up to 67 for 1. It was Budinger's 8th boundary in this innings.
He was brought up in Australia. He was actually born in Colchester in Essex, so he's actually English by birth.
I wonder if he enjoyed Australia then. This next one is pulled into the leg side and is along the ground, and he didn't get hold of it. I thought that was going to be his 50. In off the boundary comes Matt Lamb to do the fielding. He moves on to 46. 68 for 1.
The person who most inspires him is Batman.
Oh dear, he was inspired by a fictional character.
This is going to make you raise your eyebrows.
Oh, no.
Describe yourself in 3 words. Fun, cool and snazzy.
If he's written those down, he's got a sense of humour, the lad. They're words that haven't been used for a long, long time. Lewis Hill's on strike now and turns this next delivery from Dahl up towards mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single. Haider Ali couldn't get there. The ball eventually rolled through to Mark Watt. Hill on to 14, 69 for 1.
Good running.
Excellent running.
Saw the possibilities early. Committed.
Budinger 1 blow away from a half century. He waits as Dahl sets off past umpire Lungley and bowls, and he drives it very pleasantly but straight to Mark Watt, who's halfway back at mid-off, and there is no run. Barely a cloud in the sky in front of us. 1 or 2 away to our right, but they haven't really affected play since we got underway at 2:15, which is good news. We've had 1 or 2 drops, but it's just passing. Seems to be parting and going around Grace Road, which is remarkable, really. As Darley's in again, wide of the crease this time, stroked out into the offside by Budinger. He'll pick up 1, he'll come back for a second as Haider Ali does the fielding. His throw is decent enough, but Hill got back comfortably. And at the end of the over, Leicestershire 71 for 1 now. Budinger's moved on to 48 or 42 deliveries. Lewis Hill has 14. The man out. Rishi Patel caught at second slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for just 8.
If he does go to his 50, Sol Budinger, it will be his second for Leicestershire. He played just 6 first-class innings last season for the county. Highest score of 64. That was in his very first innings, the only time he passed 50 in those 6 innings. And as I say, against Yorkshire last week, 21 and 41. So good starts in both innings. Up at Headingley. And a good start from here as well. Hill it is, though, on strike as Connors is in, bowls to him. Dug out on the drive, so to speak, if that's not a contradiction in terms. It seemed to be a little bit late on it. Hit it firmly enough out towards mid-off. Straight to him, and consequently no run to be taken. Wind gets up again, although we have an expanse of blue above us at the moment.
Not sure how the cameraman can see anything. He's got his snood over his eyes. I don't blame him.
Connors in again, straighter, better length as well. And again, Hill has to defend, and again that cry of no. He doesn't leave you any doubt, Lewis Hill, when he's not interested in taking a run. Billy Godleman, the fielder, at short-ish mid-wicket. Deep square out for Hill as well as Budinger. I'm not sure for Hill it's entirely necessary. Connors is in and bowls. Solidly forward is Hill to a line and length delivery on middle stump. Pushed out towards mid-on.
He looks relatively redundant there, Matt Lamb, doesn't he? Backward square leg boundary.
You can see it for Budinger, who will take on anything short, but Hill likes the sort of short-armed pulls through mid-wicket, otherwise he tends to leave the higher bounces.
So Billy's in the firing line.
Potentially, I guess that's why he's there, actually hoping for one that's hitting the air, perhaps. Connors in, Hill drops it out into the offside off the back foot, immediately calls for the single. In came the fielder from backward point, usually Dahl, who's very quick to the ball. He was quick to the ball, picked up and threw it sideways, missed the stumps, but had he hit, it would have required a decision of umpire Longley. I think he'd probably made his ground. There aren't too many hands on heads out there among the Derbyshire fielders, but a bit of a risk. It was Hill who called Budinger through. Budinger went. It'd have been miffed had he been run out on 48 by his captain.
Haider Ali's hands were on his head, but he was the one who appealed for that catch before it wasn't a catch.
Round the wicket goes Connors to Budinger on 48. Gully has gone in. Bowls and clipped through mid-wicket. That'll be his 50. Lovely shot from Budinger. Went back and turned it out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Really nice shot. And a pretty nice innings for Sol Budinger. 50 for the first time for him this season. And it's come at what can only be described as a pretty good rate. It's come off 43 deliveries.
With 8 fours. Yeah, really nice knock from Sol Budinger. Showed his intent from the very start, didn't he? Really hit Ben Aitchison for 3 boundaries in and over. And has pretty much carried on ever since.
Round the wicket, Connors to Budinger, who is dropping that one out through that vacant point area, out towards Lamb, who has stayed out for the left-hander, so he's on the backward point boundary. And therefore, Derbyshire conceding a single. Budinger keeps the strike, moves on to 53. 53 out of 77 for 1. And that very optimistic ice cream man goes down Milligan Road.
Zach Chappell's coming back. Hello, Charles. 3 overs for 14. Bring Chapel back, see if he can winkle one of these two out. Partnership worth 55 off 73 deliveries.
9 fours for Budinger.
9, yes. That last one was a 4 as well, wasn't it? Of course, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you add 1 on to 8, it becomes 9. It's early season, really, isn't it, for me? I'm used to nil-nil. I think there's more case than you can shake a stick out of the back of the box, which is excellent news.
We've both done our exercise for the day.
We're walking up the stairs. It's nearly killed me.
Twice.
Those half-hourly updates became less and less frequent. As a new over from Zach Chappell begins from the pavilion end. Oof. And the ball is played out into the offside, and they go through for a single. 77 for 1.
And a burst of some popular music combo in our ears tells us updates time is upon us, so Dave's going to pop next door. And I will be updating BBC Radio Leicester eftsoons. Modern Love, David Bowie, apparently. There you go. Hello. Well, it's been a pretty good start for the Foxes, despite being put into bat by Derbyshire. They've played very well. They did lose Rishi Patel relatively early. Last week's Centurion was caught at second slip off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for just 8, 21 for 1 at that stage. But his fellow opener, Sol Budinger, was already going well. He took 3 fours off his very first over, and he's just gone to his half century. He's hit 9 fours, and he faced only 43 balls for that half century. He's now gone on to 54. In fact, Leicestershire's a new captain this season, first class captain that is. Lewis Hill is with him. He's played himself in steadily. He's on 15 off 42 balls, and the Foxes will be pretty pleased with their first hour and a half's work. They're 78 for 1. Back with you online. Missed just one delivery that bounced up towards Hill's hip from Zach Chappell. He was turned out to mid-wicket, and there was no run. Good afternoon, Robert. Robert Coe's with us. Great to see we have cricket. My dad has been sunbathing, not sure that's the right term, next to the pavilion since 10:15 today. The sun had been out in patches as Chappell is in. Bowles. Hill again turns him off his legs, but again he's picked out Dahl. Nice piece of timing, but it went straight to the fielder. He enjoyed chatting to some of the local faith leaders today, almost all of whom are cricket fans, looking forward to a repeat of Headingley. Headingley 2023, that will probably go down in the memory of most Foxes fans of one of their favourite games. I think fair play to Yorkshire too, because they dictated the course of the game for 3.5 days really. Chappell is in. Bowles very full, dug out by Hill on from middle, looking for the Yorker perhaps. Zach Chappell bounced down towards Godalman at that short mid-wicket position. They were prepared to lose Yorkshire in the cause of winning, and for that I think we all have to thank the change to the points reward system this season. Instead of 8 points for the draw, it's now just 5 points for the draw. Still 16 points for a win, but it does very much put the premium on risking losing to win. In goes Chappell, outside off stump, cut by Hill, down to third man for 4. Wide third man. Saw that one early, Lewis Hill. He's hesitant. Should I keep running here? Because it's running very slowly across one of the boggier parts of the ground. But it has crossed the ropes at deep wide third man. So Hill takes 4. He moves on to 19, 82 for 1. The partnership is now worth 61 between Hill and Budinger, who has 54. Lily's with us. Hello, Lily. She thinks this is going to be a good game. Leicestershire deserved the win at Headingley last week. Lily is from North Yorkshire and a Yorkshire supporter, but she loves her county cricket under all circumstances, especially red ball cricket. Good to have you with us. Round the wicket comes Sam Connors to bowl to Budinger. Bowls, forces him onto the back foot with a slightly short of a length delivery that's coming in towards the body, drops it out towards Gottleman in the covers, and there's no run. A bit of an Australian twang to Budinger's no there. Inevitably, I suppose. Quite sure how many years he spent in Australia. Most of the formative ones, I think. His first cricket club was Kumera Hope Island CC, Queensland, Australia. He's waiting now with bat raised in far from Australia-like conditions and clipped off his legs. Connors drifting on two-leg stump there, but he does have a fielder out there at deep square, just in front of the meet, and a single is there to be taken. Budinger on 255, 83 now for one. Smoke from that factory chimney over there. Each time I go past it, I see the name on it. I think I must remember the name on it. I know it begins with a Z, but I can't quite remember what it is now. Age, folks. In goes Connors, bowls a bouncer, and Hill calmly ducks underneath. He did really have to bang it in there. And it was a long way above Hill's head. Not sufficiently so for umpire Pratt to call a wide. But he does obviously signal one for the over. Chappell's down here at long leg. Lamb is at deep backward square. If you do hook at one and it flies down there, it's going to carry in the wind a long, long way. As Connors is in, bowls Fuller, obviously this time, and forward solidly goes Hill with that slightly sort of sideways on forward press when he's defending. Keeps it out of the middle of the bat, drops it down into the offside. 19 he remains, 83 for one. Fletcher's back with us.
Hot-footed it from next door. If we miss that next band of rain, I'd be absolutely staggered.
I wonder if that's the rainstorm we were warned about. In goes Connors, bowls outside off stump, driven hard into the ground by Hill, but it bounces up nicely for the man at cover to field. It's Hyder Ali out there.
And presumably, I mean, we've got 63 overs in the day. T would still be with 32 overs to go. It might not, of course.
I think at Headingley we had it at 4.
Yeah.
They said however many overs to go, so I'm not quite sure.
We had a 40 over last session on day one.
Yeah, it was. In goes Connors, bowls. Hill is forward, playing firmly, but defensively out into the offside alley. Again, the fielder slightly overthrows Guest, who leaps into the air and sort of deflects the ball slowly over the bar. Madsen with his splendidly weathered Derbyshire baggy.
He's had that a while.
Completes the fielding.
On the back shelf of his car. Getting it nice and faded.
Yeah. Probably a little bit early in the season to need them in here, but come next month when the sun in the afternoon and evening streams in the side windows, hopefully it will be streaming in.
I think something will be.
That said, we're at Derby early next month. It's a very quick turnaround, isn't it, between these two sides?
Really quick. Early May. Zach Chappell in and bowls to Sol Budinger, who drives him out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Glorious shot. Absolutely glorious shot. It flew out to the boundary. Nothing that Anuj Dal, who is the quickest Derbyshire fielder by some considerable distance, could do about it out there on the boundary.
Martin Barry is with us.
Both of them.
He's at Loughborough next month for England over 50s training.
Oh, excellent.
Martin is a fine cricketer.
Yeah.
Fellow Swifter as well.
A what? Here is, that's not in my vocabulary, is Zach Chappell. A short delivery, but it just turned it round the corner. It's going to bounce short of the man out there on the backward square leg boundary, who is Matt Lamb. He'll get a single, just needs to calm down. Don't want to get himself out. Because even though he's only on 60, It's not going to take him long to get to 3 figures batting the way he is. Although I suppose that is the way he has been batting.
He won't change. Madsen's still got his hands, had his hands on his head for a long time there. That's why the man's out there. Maybe come in 10 or something.
He is a long way out there, isn't he? And obviously he's come in now, Matt Lamb, to backward point for the right-handed Lewis Hill. He's got 19, 88 for 1. Chappell is in and bowls to him, and it's defended back to the bowler by the Leicestershire skipper.
I think Chappell's looking at the pitch thinking, I know why I left Leicestershire. Ian O'Brien used to talk about
not getting anything in.
Not off the pitches by and large. Sometimes through the air.
Tim's on board from a grey but dry so far. Saddleworth looking forward to a good game. I really enjoyed the article about Charles Olivier on the BBC Sport website. Fascinating stuff. Yes, it was brilliant. The first West Indian to play in the county championship. Played for Derbyshire. This one is bat and pad together, actually more pad or inside thigh than anything else from Hill, who goes off and just flexes his left leg. Fascinating article, including mention of the Hillwoods, who own the mills in Glossop, who later went on to own Arsenal.
Yes, Robert Hillwood, yeah.
Played for Derbyshire as well, a number of the Hillwoods, but Charles Olivier came across with the touring party and was offered a job in the mills so he could qualify on residency to play for Derbyshire back in the day. As in goes Chappell and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hill to go through to Brooke Guest. David Griffin was, I couldn't get there because I was at a football match, unfortunately, and they unveiled a blue plaque to Charles Olivier. He played for Darley Dale later on in his career as well, in the Derbyshire. Well, they're now in the Derbyshire League. It wouldn't have been called the Derbyshire Premier League or anything like that back in the day, but he played for Darley Dale. There's reference to him in their clubhouse as well, their pavilion. Major figure in Derbyshire's history. As Chappell is in again and bowls to Hill, who defends it out into the offside. Haider Ali does the fielding. Mickey Arthur's just gone out for a lap of the ground, and he's turned left, which is exactly the way to do. Left for wickets, right for runs. And away he goes in his very large coat. He is, despite being at the start of his second season for Derbyshire, still feeling the cold, having spent most of his coaching career in Australia, Pakistan, South Africa and Sri Lanka. And I'm not entirely surprised he's feeling the cold in England in April. But it was slightly warmer at this year's media day than last year, when he said it was the coldest day he'd ever experienced.
In his life,
it
ever.
Did, yeah, it snowed.
67, the partnership for the second wicket thus far. Sam Connors endeavouring just to keep it at that round the wicket. Bowls, tucks up Budinger, but Budinger is seeing the ball pretty well. Back foot defensive shot out to mid-off, right out of the middle. And there's no run. TLJ Sports, great to have county championship cricket back. Hopefully the rain stays away from Grace Road for the rest of this Leicestershire v Derbyshire match. Probably read out an advert there, did I? I'm sure not.
No, I'm just not sure it's going to stay away.
You're not sure the rain's going to stay away?
No.
Connors is in, bowls, Budinger pulls round the corner, but he just choked back on the shot a little bit. He knew the man was out there, a deep backward square, so he got on top of it and made sure he stayed in control of the shot. Restricted him to 1, but looking to go big. His best score for Leicestershire was that 50 he got in the first innings. He played for the county last season, 64 I think he scored that day, so approaching his best for the Foxes. He's watching as Connors over the wicket to Hill, who is leaning forward to a fullish delivery on off stump, blocking it out into the offside. There's no run. Nice work here, fellas. That sounded like Guest. Mickey Arthur is going to have a chat to Matt Lamb in his manager's coat that extends down to his knees.
He's probably feeling quite lonely out there, Matt Lamb, isn't he? He's a long way from anybody.
And his captain wants him to move, so he quickly responds and goes those sort of 10 yards in. A deep backward square. Connors in to Hill. It's in the air, but it's going to drop short. Well short, actually, and wide. It was a thick inside edge. And Hill wasn't quite sure where it had gone. But it was well wide of Billy Godalman, who's at that shortish mid-wicket position, and of course Lamb, who is out. He would have had to come in 40 yards instead of 10 to have had any chance. Hill slightly fortuitously picks up 1, moves on to 20. 90 for 1.
Mark Watts feeling a bit warm.
Did he shed a sweater?
He shed a sweater.
Oh my goodness, I just looked at...
Don't look out there. No.
It's very, very dark indeed.
Filled in.
And the running fox atop the weather vane suggests it's heading very much in our direction. In goes Connors, bowls, but into turns it out towards straight mid-on. Doesn't time it that well. I think there might be a cheeky single in it. There wasn't. And consequently Hill and Budinger stay at their respective ends.
And you'd think, given how much water there has been on this outfield, if that drops,
20 minutes of that could see the end of play.
Could be the end of play for today. Yeah, but it's gloriously sunny and the lights have been switched off here.
But it's good that they can switch. That they're sufficient. You know, it's not. You don't have to sort of wait 20 minutes to switch them back on these days, do you? It's I wouldn't like to be changing bulbs on a day like this, though. Up there, those tall floodlights. They're not swaying, are they?
No.
Too much. Round the wicket comes Connors, bowls. Budinger turns him calmly off his legs down towards deep backward square. The sprightly Dahl comes chasing in from the square leg boundary. Gets to the ball, gets his throw away. Budinger takes 1, keeps the strike. 91 for 1. As a consequence, we have now played 22 overs, and if we're lucky, 41 remain. But as Fletch says, looking at the biblical clouds away to our right, luck will have to be very good indeed.
Mark Watts decided that taking that sweater off wasn't a good idea because he's putting it back on again. To see the left arm spin would be a bit of a surprise if we saw him particularly early in the innings. Zach Chappell's going to continue from the pavilion end, starting just to the left of that advertising mat. And bowling to Sol Budinger, a wide delivery that he goes after. Didn't need to play at that at all. Tried to uppercut it. And then he walks into the leg side, Budinger, and tosses his bat once, catching it again by the handle. He's disappointed in himself.
You know who used to do that a lot? We've already talked about him today.
Cosy.
Played a bad shot.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Cosy did that.
Yeah.
He used to go through it at about this stage. If he got into the 60s, he'd have a little bit of a loose patch.
And then go on and make 100. Yeah. Here's Chappell in and bowls, that's better. Full face of the bat out into the offside. Godalman fields.
It always used to make me nervous watching him in the 60s because he could get out, you know, because he played those. He just kind of lost concentration a bit. And then he used to get it back after 2 or 3 overs. Just had to get through that little patch. Maybe Budinger is the same. Another left-hander, of course.
Just a reminder to himself not to play that shot again. So he might try a short wide one here, Chappell. It's a short one and it's pulled very, very fine. It might have gone all the way for 6. I think it has, you know. It's the first 6 of the match. He pulled it very fine indeed. It was banged in short by Zach Chappell. And Budinger moves into this. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 68.
But it is his highest score for Leicestershire.
Yeah, his highest score in first-class cricket. Full stop, I believe. Just guessing. No, I'm not. I did look him up before.
Yeah, good man. Yeah, it was that 64.
Yeah.
But those 6 first-class innings he played for Leicestershire were his only 6 first-class innings.
Oh, okay. So therefore,
to date,
the two go hand in hand very much. As Chappell is in and bowls to him, and he pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Billy Godalman. We were joking. I was chatting to a couple of people down on the boundary's edge in front of us, a long way down earlier, and most of the websites that include records. They have versus Derbyshire on F7, versus Leicestershire on F8, and versus Northamptonshire on F9. They just put the date in after that. So career best versus permanent one from 3. As Chapel is in full delivery that's spanked up towards mid-off, and it's a good tumbling stop by Mark Watt. Did well there, the big man. Big-ish. He's a top man, but he's also a big man. Good stop by him. Now he's polishing the ball. 97 for 1 then. That might have been the stroke. What not stopped it that took Leicestershire to 3 figures.
Had what not stopped.
Yeah.
Well said, sir.
Goes Chapel again. Bowls a short delivery, and again he tries the uppercut, which hasn't worked for him yet. And he misses it, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. So he's going to keep playing it, Sol Budinger. But we've been told, I mean, we saw a bit of it from Haider Ali with this big 6 that he hit in his second innings, that Haider Ali is predominantly a white ball cricketer. He's only played 12. This is his 13th first-class match. 11 of those in Pakistan, and he did have an average of 60, but the veracity of those figures I'm not entirely sure of. That he will play the same way with a red ball or a white ball. He will clear the media centre, Mickey Arthur has told us, at some point, which will be a very big hit.
Sam Connors down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Lewis Hill, slightly short of a good length and on towards mid-on leg. Hill can stay on the back foot and calmly turn it down towards backward square. Lamb has to come running in from that deep backward square position. Hill, who's played very calmly and sensibly, like a captain should, moves on to 21, 98 for 1. Budinger, he's still only 22. This is then just his 9th first-class innings. Maybe a bit surprising not to let him go, but he probably couldn't see a way through there.
Part of their 48-man squad.
Round the wicket comes Connors. Bowls to Budinger, who looks to drive thick inside edge as he tries to go to down onto one knee and drive it away through the offside, and it comes off the pad and bounces out into the offside. Could have played on there. Didn't. Perhaps it's his day. It has been so far. Still much better than a runner ball. 68 off 60.
There's no reason for him to stop playing this way, is there?
I don't think they'd want him to, really. No. I mean, Connors is in short arm pull around the corner for 4. Dismissive, really. Stepped back. That's his trigger movement. Bounced and up in towards the sort of waist area. Very quick hands. He saw it early, picked it up, whipped it away. No chance for deep backward square. Dahl, quick though he is to get across and cut it off. And another 4 for Budinger into the 70s for the first time in his first-class career. And he's hit 11 4s and a 6 in so doing. Connors back over the wicket, and that's up into the air. He's top-edged it, he's dropped his bat. And he should be caught at mid-on, and he is caught at mid-on. Well, he did top-edge it last week against Yorkshire. We've been saying it's a possibility. The catcher is Duploy, the captain. He had a long way to wait for it. It might have been swirling a little bit in the wind, but he made no mistake. And unfortunately, Sol Budinger, well, he lives by the sword, and he died by it. It was a super little knock. Not so little, really. 72 off 61 balls. He's got Leicestershire off to a flyer, but he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to go on and really make it count with a century. They'll get warm applause from the Leicestershire faithful, but he's gone. Caught Duploy, bowled Connors for 72.
11 4s and a 6. Terrific innings from Sol Budinger. A very good catch, considering the conditions, by Leicestershire Duploy, who had to wait a long time for it. It was bizarre how he was in no position to play the shot in the end, was he? As losing his bat proved. It went straight up in the air. travelled no more than about 25 yards across the ground.
I wasn't sure whether he'd thrown it away in disgust or whether it's part of the shot wheel. I'd have to have a look at the replay on that one.
That would be a strange thing to do, wouldn't it? If because in these conditions, always a chance that the catch could be dropped.
He did pick it up again fairly quickly. I suddenly realised, yes, but I must admit I was looking out to deep backward square initially.
Yes, I was. I thought Anish Dahl was going to be the man to catch that one. I had no idea it was going to be Leicestershire. The Derbyshire skipper takes a catch, and a second wicket very gratefully received by Derbyshire. Colin Ackerman, the new batsman, so a couple of right-handers out there now, which might cheer the Derbyshire bowlers.
Ackerman looked in super nick at Headingley.
Oh, good.
But new day, you never quite know. Every batsman vulnerable early. 102 for 2.
Mickey Arthur's walk to the left's worked as well.
It has. Connors is in 2. Ackerman a bouncer. He just bobs at the knees, lets it fly over his head. Guest leaps athletically into the sky to make the stop.
That's why he's a super coach. In answer to Tim Singleton, yes. At Fox's Cricket 2023.
No, at Fox's Crick. There's no ET. Twitter is too long. That doesn't like a long handle.
Fox's Crick.
Unlike Sol Budinger.
Very good.
I could have made it just 23, but
yeah,
I didn't know how. I rejected it.
Modern technology.
Yeah, once it's done, you're committed.
No, you can change it. I changed mine. Mine was Fletch Cricket at one point.
No,
it's
I'll have a look.
Fletch Sport.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, you can.
I'll see if I can.
Excellent work. That over comes to an end with the ball that's squirted out into the offside. Having said that, we wouldn't see any left arm spin particularly early. We're going to see some left arm spin.
Must be one before tea, perhaps.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? It's going to be Mark Watt. He's come on early if it's one before tea, because it's not going to take him 6 minutes to bowl it. You wouldn't have thought. He's a fascinating character, Watty, because he's predominantly a white ball player. He's played over 100 times for Scotland, 50 odd each in 50 over and T20 cricket, and he'll be going off to try to help Scotland get into the World Cup a little bit later on this season. I asked him about the difference in bowling with a red ball and a white ball. He hasn't bowled much with a red ball. Did play a couple of times last season for Derbyshire, but hadn't played prior to that since about 2017 in a red ball game between Scotland and Ireland. And he said you basically cannon fodder if you don't get it right as a left arm spinner, but it's something that we know Mickey Arthur is very keen on. He likes a left arm spinner, and he likes Mark Watt, and now he's got his opportunity from the pavilion end on day one of this match in his first game of the season. Around the wicket he goes, bowling to Lewis Hill, who defends the first delivery. And there's no run. He still bowls the odd 24-yarder, which is always good fun. And absolutely astonished the commentators during the T20 World Cup. They'd never seen anything like it. Well, they haven't watched enough cricket then, because he's been doing it for a long, long time, Mark Watt, the Scotsman. Around the wicket he comes, and it's pushed out into the offside again by Lewis Hill, fielded by Anish Dahl, who's fielding in the covers. It might be the only over he bowls today, certainly Mark Watt. It's starting to get a bit dark again as he bowls, and this one is driven out towards the extra cover region. It's Harry Kame on in place of Matt Lamb, who does the fielding, the 12th man. Matt Lamb just on the boundary's edge below us with the fielding pads on. That's headed South African. Wayne Madsen, I'm going. It's either him or Lears deploy. Obviously, Lears is very quiet. Wayne Madsen standing at slip. There's a deep gully. There's a short man on the leg side. As that one is pushed up towards Lears deploy. He's at mid-off. There is a man on the cover boundary. That was Harry Kame. Haider Ali's at extra cover. Billy Godleman close-ish in at mid-wicket, mid-on Zach Chappell. A third of the way back to the boundary. This one is a slightly flatter delivery and it's pushed up towards Godleman. And there's no run. There's also a backward square leg or a square leg on the boundary. That's Sam Connors. Away in the far distance as Watt comes in to complete his first over of the season, and it's pushed up towards Leicester Ploy. This time he's fielding at mid-off. Almost as it hit Wayne Madsen. It's hit Wayne Madsen on the right wrist. I fancy he's okay. Everybody.
Hopefully he is.
Yeah, he looks to be in a bit of pain. He went off last week when he took a catch at Leg Gully when they were doing that leg theory, and we thought there might have been some damage, but there wasn't. And did they go through for a run in the end? No.
No.
It's just got no. Well, they took a single early on, didn't they? So one run off his first over of the season, Mark Watt, and then we're going to see Ben Aitchison return from the Bennett end, and it looks as though he's going to have somebody. No, he's not going to have a short leg because Matty Lammers went off to put the fielding pads on, presumably to field relatively close in to Mark Watt, and this could be the last over before tea, possibly.
Yeah, there hasn't been a definitive announcement that tea will be taken at 4, has there? But otherwise, it's going to be. It's going to be 4:30, isn't it? And it really is going to be a late one.
No, it won't be a late one. When do you see that filled-in grey is now disappearing again? It's remarkable.
Aitchison is in, bowls onto the legs of Hill, who turns it, I think, off inside edge and pad. No, just pad. Did sound very sort of paddy, didn't it? I just thought he might just got a little bit of something on it. Didn't. Cross with himself for missing out. He made a little gesture as he ran up to the end. Zach Chappell coming into field from long leg. 1 to the Leicestershire cause, but not to Hills. 104 for 2. Wind under the dark cloud getting up again as Aitchison is into Ackerman. Very correct. In defence, back down the pitch it bounces to Ben Aitchison. Ackerman last week, 139 runs, 72 and whatever 139 minus 72 is. Sniggering away there as Fletcher goes off to update BBC Radio Leicester. Well, he's now got 140 runs for the season, Colin Ackerman, because he's picked up his first single of this innings, turning a delivery from Aitchison off his legs down to Chappell. It gets dark. The Kate Bush song, it gets dark, it gets lonely. Wuthering Heights, of course it was. The great Kate Bush's first massive hit, mega hit. Aitchison is into Hill. Again down the leg side. Aitchison had just struggled with his lines in his first spell. Did pick up a wicket, of course, in his first spell, that of Rishi Patel. Caught by Wayne Madsen at second slip. 4-8. Although just perhaps bounced a fraction more than Patel was expecting. Took a thick outside edge and gave Madsen a relatively simple chance. Aitchison is in. Hill is driving behind square on the offside, along the ground all the way, but straight to Anuj Dal, who gets down and makes the stop the right way, formed the long barrier just about as he did so. Aitchison in, forward goes Hill, getting to the pitch of the ball, dropping it out to Dahl again, this time in defence, then squawking no and raising his right foot in irritation. End of the over, 105 for 2, Hill 22, Ackerman none. Some good comments coming in on the Twitter. So not on the Twitter, on the YouTube stream, also available through both clubs' websites, of course, as well. Josh Hill, enjoying the commentary. Good stuff, Josh. Radio style, even though there are pictures. Yeah, that's the point, Josh. Really, we are also commentating for the radio. Although most people, I think these days, it'd be interesting to know what sort of proportion. Watch via the stream and take the commentary that way. There are a proportion who just listen as well while they're doing other things, so we have to bear that in mind. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. We have, even though that wet outfield is still a bit of an issue, had 26 overs, and Leicestershire have done pretty well during those 26 overs. They've moved on to 105, but now for 2. They've lost both openers now. Rishi Patel went quite early. Score was just 21 when he was caught at second slip off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 8. But Sol Budinger played really well in just his 9th first-class innings. He went on to 72. He hit 11 fours and 1 huge 6 in going to that. It looked like he was going to be set for what would have been his maiden first-class century, but he top-edged a pull at the bowling of Sam Connors and was caught by the Derbyshire skipper Leos Duploy at mid-on. 102 for 2 at that stage. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, is still at the wicket. He is 22 not out. Colin Ackerman, in very good form last week up at Yorkshire, has yet to score. He has just faced 9 deliveries, and the Foxes, as tea approaches, are 105 for 2. And Ackerman is now off the mark. Thick outside edge that goes past the reaching right hand, short of him, of Madsen at second slip, and runs to the third man boundary for 4. So a little bit of extra bounce there for Anuj Dar, who's come back on to replace Zach Chappell. So just a couple of overs for Chappell in his second spell. Derbyshire mixing it up a little bit, the bowling, and it does look as though we're going to go to 32 overs to go. So 4 more overs after this until tea, which will be taken therefore at about 4:15. Thomas O'Neill excited by the potential that Budinger is showing. Dar is in, bowls very straight line and length, meets an equally straight bat back down the pitch from Colin Ackerman, the South African. I say South African, the South African-born Netherlands international now, Ackers. Formerly Leicestershire's red ball skipper. He went to Callum Parkinson, and now Lewis Hill. Dar is in, brings Ackerman forward very correctly. Out to mid-off. To Chappell it goes. Matt Kinsey, what time does the evening session expect to run from and to? Your guess, Mark, is as good as ours, really. I think tea will be about 4:15. Well, assuming the weather isn't a factor.
Hope you've got a coat.
I can see rain out there, actually.
Oh, it's horrible. At the back.
Okay. Dahl into Ackerman down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Guest stops it, not cleanly, but given he's standing up to Dahl, I think a stop in those circumstances that doesn't concede any runs and it wasn't edged is perfectly acceptable in the circumstances. End of the over, the 27th, 109 for 2. But if we do get all 32 overs, they will start at about 22:05.
Finish about 8:30.
Well, there was a game last season when we had to stop because the sun set. It really did. It really did, behind the meat over there.
Ben Aitchison in, bowls to Lewis Hill, who's on 22, pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Filled by Sam Connors.
It was a lovely evening, but just the sun disappeared and
that was
the ground went dark.
Yeah.
That was about 25 past 7, now. Something like that.
But we're still out there. No need for the lights at the moment, apparently, though they came on before when there was no need for them. They've stayed off. I think the umpires know. Aitchison bowls driven out to the cover boundary for 4 runs by Lewis Hill, over-pitched. And given the treatment by Lewis Hill, moves to 26, 117 for 2 now.
Well, thank you for that, Josh. He says proper commentary and proper cricket to watch late at night. Keep up the great job.
What on earth is he listening to?
He likes the fact that it's sort of radio commentary with the pictures as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Not at every club.
No, afraid not. There'll be some when you will just...
You'll have to try and match the two up. There's Aitchison in again, balls to Hill, who leaves alone outside the off stump through to Guest behind the stumps for Derbyshire. 3 slips for Aitchison, a motley crew. It's Mark Watt at first. He looks cold, but he's from Edinburgh, so he shouldn't. Wayne Manson, who's born in South Africa and doesn't look cold at all, and Billy Godwin, who shows no emotion whatsoever, generally. They're the 3 slips as Aitchison is in again, and that one is guided past Billy Godwin down to third man for 4. He was in control of the shot, Hill, and it was along the floor. And once it had got past the third slip, it was always going to go to the boundary. Hill moves to 30, 117 for 2 in the 28th over. So going on along at a nice old link, got more than 4 runs and over. And potentially tea in 3 overs time, but who knows. Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is defended by Hill straight back to him. Of course, the umpires might be thinking, well, we're just going to carry on playing till it absolutely hammers down.
Yeah. Peter North, this Budinger is a very good player. But, says I love chicken nuggets 601. Budinger, what an absolute plonker, presumably to give it away like that.
Next delivery is defended back to Aitchison by Hill to complete the over. It was Aitchison's 8th, 1 for 35, his figures. At the moment, Hill has 30, Ackerman has 417 for 2. I think it's in the dictionary now, Plonker.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was one of those when the Oxford Dictionary had words. I think it was included because so many people in the country were using it.
Courtesy of Only Fools and Horses, I guess. Dahl is in. Ackerman drives classically, beautifully, straight back past him, straight back down to the boundary for 4. He's a lovely player when he's in touch, Colin Ackerman. And whisper it, Leicestershire Sport, as he looked in touch last week. Apparently he was feeling pretty poorly. Rishi Patel told me afterwards in his second innings, but he did look in super nick, and there are a few better players to be watching when he's playing shots like that. Glorious straight drive. Economically powerful. In goes Dahl. Just drags his length back a fraction, just enough. Straightens the line up as well. Ackerman defends. Out into the onside. Watt still looking pretty chilly out there.
Yeah, he does look cold, Mark Watt, doesn't he?
He does. Gives the ball a polish on the back of his sleeve, on the wrist of his sleeve. In goes Dahl. Full, driven again, got his left hand to it, slowed it down, and really good work diving across to his right by Zach Chappell. Good combination by Derbyshire there, and they saved 4 runs because first Dahl, as bowlers tend to do, really exerted himself to field off his own bowling and managed, as he dived away to his left, to just slow the ball down enough for Chappell at mid-off to fling himself to his right and complete the fielding. Otherwise, that would certainly have been a 4. Ackerman remains on 8, 121 for 2. 3 slips still. Derbyshire looking for another victim before tea as Dahl goes in. Almost got one there, although did perhaps Ackerman played inside the line of that one?
Yeah, possibly. That was certainly the impression he was trying to give.
Nice take by Guest. Whipped off the bails. Stream's got a little bit behind now, hasn't it? So,
yeah, just a bit.
In fact, a long way. Just realised how far behind it is.
A long way behind. You'll be watching the close of play tomorrow.
In goes Dahl, bowls. Ackerman is careful in defence, conscious of the proximity perhaps of the interval. Drops it out into the offside. Are we going to be lucky here?
Yeah, I think we might be. And this is, it is absolutely remarkable. It is horrible outside at the back.
But
here,
It remains
Well,
dry
we play on.
somehow.
Which is good news.
Dahl bowls straight again. Ackerman looking to work it off middle and leg out into the onside. Turns his wrists on the shot, but rehearses it as he sees it going straight to Billy Godleman at mid wicket. There's no run, but say Ackerman last season, although there was one glorious innings as part of a wonderful batting day for Leicestershire, a record-breaking batting day for Leicestershire at Hove against Sussex. He struggled a bit on and off, but he looks transformed this season.
Aitchison begins a new over to Lewis Hill, who turns a shortish delivery down towards long leg, whereas Chappell does the fielding. They pick up another single. Hill moves on to 31, 122 for 2.
Well, a little ceremony this morning. Rehan Ahmed received his gold Leicestershire cap, a gold fox rather than a red fox upon it.
This next delivery is driven by Ackerman. That'll be 4 runs, I fancy. It's been chased down by Leicestershire, but the ball's going to win the race. That was a really nice shot out towards extra cover. And Ackerman moves on to 12. All of his runs by way of boundaries. Really nice shot.
I think also that in so doing he became the first ever Leicestershire player to be capped by England before being capped by Leicestershire.
Well, I would imagine, yes, that doesn't happen very often, does it? Next delivery from Aitchison's on the hips of Colin Ackerman, who just pushes it out into the leg side for a single. 127 for 2. I did wonder what the applause was. There was a little round of applause, wasn't there? There was a huddle. And if there were, that often signifies there were 3 before the game at Derby last week from Derbyshire, as 3 players made debuts. So well done to Rehan Ahmed. As Aitchison is in, and again a shortish delivery turned into the leg side. This time it's fielded by Haider Ali.
Of course, it was
no
at
run.
Derby last year where
Yes, I'd almost
Rehan scored his
wasn't it?
century.
Thanks. High score, F8 versus Derbyshire.
Whacked away, didn't they? Had to hit every ball out of the ground.
It was a flat track. I think it's fair to say. Aitchison is in a full-length delivery this time and driven by Hill out to the cover boundary for 4 more. Aitchison conceded 45 runs in his 8 overs and 5 balls. Has got one of the 2 wickets to fall, but has been expensive. 131 for 2 now. Hill moves on to 33. He's ready to bowl the final ball of his 9th over. In, and this one's turned into the leg side. No run on this occasion as Haider Ali does the fielding at square leg, tosses the ball to the umpire to have a little inspect of, pops it in his pocket, and that's T, is it?
33.
With 33 overs, of course it is. T, with 33 overs to go, why wouldn't it be? And at T, Leicestershire
Nobody tells you anything,
are 131 for 2 with Lewis Hill 35 not out, and Colin Ackerman 13 not out. The 2 men out. Rishi Patel caught at second slip by Wayne Madsen off Ben Aitchison for 8, and Sol Budinger for a career best 72 off 61 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6. He had skied a delivery from Sam Connors and was well caught in the end by Leicestershire at mid-on.
So if
you show your support,
Wear the shirts with pride.
you back our Foxes
in the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition,
decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered
Well, welcome back to Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, for the final session. A second session, but nonetheless the final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Leicestershire about to resume on 131 for 2, made in the 30 overs that we played before tea. We weren't able to play this morning due to a very wet outfield. However, Leicestershire having been put in by Derbyshire, and I suspect Leicestershire would probably have bowled as well, have enjoyed use of a pretty good track. Curious looking track with a lot of grass on either end, shaved in the middle relatively, but it's played pretty much impeccably. Sol Budinger made 72, Rishi Patel made 8. Both the openers have, however, been dismissed, and it's the captain, the Leicestershire captain, at the crease, Lewis Hill on 35, with Colin Ackerman, former captain, on 13. 131 for 2. Mark Watt, Scotland left-arm spinner, is going to open the bowling for Derbyshire from the pavilion end. Steps past umpire Lungley and bowls. Ackerman stretches forward and looks to turn a delivery off leg stump into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Thumps into the pad, bounces out into the leg side, and there's no run. Watt in, bowls, Ackerman forward, straight to delivery. Gets back to that one, back down the pitch towards Mark Watt. Who is in, drops a little bit short and on the leg stump, tries to sweep Colin Ackerman down on one knee, doesn't get anything on it, stopped by Brooke Guess, bounces off his gloves towards the stumps, doesn't hit them though. Mark Robert James Watt is in, oh, and that one bounces, turns, but not out, went onto the pad. Might just have played inside the line a fraction there. But it was a decent shout. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, they are. They're 131 for 2. We've just resumed after tea. We had 30 overs between lunch, which was taken a little bit early, and tea. And the Foxes, having been put into bat, haven't exactly made hay, but the pitch has played pretty well, and they have been pretty positive, taking the form they showed in beating Yorkshire last week into this game. Man mainly responsible was Sol Budinger. He made his second half-century for Leicestershire in just his 9th first-class game. He went on to reach 72, came off just 62 balls, hit 11 fours and a 6 before top-edging a pull and being caught at mid-on. He was disappointed with that, having seen his partner Rishi Patel go for just 8. Century maker last week, Patel, but he got a delivery from Aitchison that possibly just bounced a little bit more than he expected, took the edge and was caught at second slip. Nonetheless, it's been a good start for the Foxes. Lewis Hill, the captain, is endeavouring to make the most of that start. He's 35, not out of 74 balls. He's been joined by Colin Ackerman, who's already hit a couple of glorious fours in going to 13 of 27. Theoretically, we have another 32 overs remaining in the day. We've been incredibly lucky with the weather this afternoon. We can see sort of rain all around us and over the city as well, but it looks like it's going to pass us by, and we could get a fair chunk, if not all, of those overs. And the Foxes getting themselves in a good position, 131 for 2. Didn't miss much if you're listening to the commentary online, because it was between overs.
He didn't let go of the ball either. Zach Chappell, who bowls to Lewis Hill, who drives it up to a wide mid-off, where Leah's deployed as the fielding. They pick up another single. Hill moves on to 36, and it's 132 for 2. The first run After the tea interval, which was very pleasant thanks to the friends of Grace Road and Brunty, who brought in various cakes, one slice of which I've eaten, and half a slice is going to be devoured by Richard Ray as the ball is turned into the leg side by Ackerman for another single down towards Mark Watt, who we've now seen bowl 2 overs rather bizarrely. He's only bowling 1 over spells at the moment. 133 for 2. Not entirely sure why that would be the case, but it seems to have been, very strangely. Durham 4 down, 239 for 4 against Worcestershire. In Chesterler Street, as Chapel bowls a foolish delivery that's defended by Hill up towards mid-off. And there's no run.
Tristan Chin, that is, on the stream, wondering, is this a solid start? What's a good score on this wicket?
No, over to you.
Who knows, really? But it doesn't look to be holding any terrors, does it, really, at the moment?
No, not really.
Slightly odd in appearance with that extra grass at either end, but
just protecting it for the bowler's run up, really. Will they follow through? Hill waits, bat raised, and turns this one off a pad into the leg side. He's going to pick up a leg by Leicestershire are. He's not going to get anything for it. 36 he remains, 134 for 2. Partnership already up to 32 of 48 deliveries between Hill and Ackerman, which Ackerman has contributed 14. And he's on strike now. He's ready, which means that Zach Chappell can just turn at the top of his mark and bowl a bouncer to him. Well taken, leaping to his full height there by Guest, the Derbyshire keeper. Just the 2 slips now for Zach Chappell, who's bowling for the first time from the Bennett end in this match, isn't it? Mine was sensational. Moist.
We had a sensational lunch as well.
We did.
The Charles Palmer restaurant, courtesy of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Thank you very much for that. Mushroom stack with goat's cheese was
mine wasn't. Here is Zach Chappell, a fuller delivery this time, and he's driven by Ackerman for 4 runs. Leicester chasing, but he needn't bother. Another glorious drive from Colin Ackerman. He had at least 1, if not 2, glorious drives before tea, and that's got him up and running. After the tea interval, he moves on to 18. 138 for 2 at the end of the Zach Chappell over. Hill has 36. Yes, I had a pork loin and spotted dick and custard, which I was particularly pleased to see on the menu.
It looked good, actually.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
It is superfood in there.
I'm expecting jam roly-poly at some point. I haven't had that since school, I don't think.
No.
Fantastic. And we've watched a bit of cricket as well.
Mark Watt isn't bowling a single over spell. He's getting another over. In he goes around the wicket, of course. Tosses it up to Lewis Hill. Foolish on the leg side, drifting down the leg side. Hill tries to flick it on its way. There is a leg, it's almost leg gully, really. But it wasn't the sweep from Hill. He was just trying to help it around. Didn't get anything on it. Watt is in middle. In a leg line, Hill forward. Pushing out to Billy Godleman at mid-wicket. Shadows from one of the floodlight pylons extending well across the square now. Bright sunshine as Watt tosses that one up. That's a better line, really. Middle, and off. Hill strokes it past the reaching Anujdal at shortish extra cover. Ploy has to move to his left to field behind him, so single taken. Watt is into Ackerman. Wristy flick at the ball. Didn't really get that one right. Ackerman, thick inside edge, runs out towards Godleman at that short mid-wicket position. So not afraid to give it a little bit of air. Mark Watt at the moment, seeing if there's anything at all in the pitch. Goes in, and Ackerman is driving. Big stride forward, out it goes towards straight mid-on, dives to his left, Chappell, to make the stop. He's throwing himself around nobly in the Derbyshire fielding calls out there. Manages to
he's
save
cut himself
three.
though.
Cut himself.
Something's happened, yeah, and it's his finger bandaging. Immediately signalled.
Not much hard out there other than the ball. It's all pretty soft at the moment. What is in? Back goes Hill to slightly short of a length delivery and forces it out into the offside. In from the boundary. Comes man at sort of a deep point sweeping position. Hill takes his 1, moves on to 38. Ackerman has 19, 141 for 2. Again, no real terrors there for the Leicestershire fielders. There's lots of sort of fishing.
He wants his thumb bandaging. He's damaged his thumb.
They all look like they're winding a reel in.
Yeah, and nobody's taken any notice of him. They also require the 12th man. The physio's out. I think he'll have to come off the field to have it taped, surely. They can't just... no, you come off, put the 12th man on, bandage the thumb, go back on, and we don't have to stand around, or in our case, sit around for an extra 2 or 3 minutes while we wait for the elastoplast to be applied.
You would imagine, yes. Well, I suppose it only took, what, 30 seconds or so? Oh, no, it's not finished yet. Bending down into his kit for something extra. A little bit of tape to put on top of the plaster, perhaps. And as you say, Fletch, we all have to wait. Well, an entirely avoidable delay of
but pointless,
a minute, but completely unnecessary.
Pointless, yeah, absolutely pointless. But there we go. Welcome to cricket.
I suppose he was bowling, so if the 12th man had come on, he wouldn't have been able to bowl for this over, would he? So perhaps...
Yeah.
Perhaps being a bit harsh.
Are we?
Yes. I'm mellow at the start of the season. Come September, I'll be hammering him.
You'd be fuming, wouldn't you?
Getting this done.
141 for 2. I don't believe Tim Singleton for a moment. Spotted Richard. Here comes Zach Chappell then with his left thumb bandaged. Then he bowls to Lewis Hill, who pushes the ball out into the offside. But it's fielded by Matt Lamb. We've still got the fielding pads on. Get them on hold tee. I'm not sure he's fielded close to the bat yet, but he's got them on. I'm hoping he gets to bowl some of his occasional leg spin, because you'll thoroughly enjoy his run-up, which is absurd. I have asked him about it. In comes Chappell again from the Bennett end, bowls to Hill. A short delivery, sways out of the way nicely. Allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. Got into a position where he might have headed that one into the back of the net. Kept his head back wisely. He's on 38 from 83 deliveries. Ackerman 19 from 32. 141 for 2. Sun shining brightly at Grace Road. It's a beautiful scene. Here's Chappell is in again, and this time Hill pushes into the leg side where Billy Godleman does the field. And Godleman with the floppy sun hat, which I don't approve of anybody wearing a floppy sun hat in any case, but he's wearing one this season. But it's the white of the previous kit, which was too white. Now Derbyshire have gone back to a far more traditional cream coloured kit. So his hat sticks out like a sore thumb. It does make him very easy to spot, although Billy's quite often easy to spot anyway. And Zach Chappell's in again and balls to Hill, who basically tries to give Brooke Guest some catching practice there. Fortunately for him, it didn't get anywhere near his bat, but that could only have ended one way, really, if he'd have touched it. It was a very strange shot, but too close to him to cut, and therefore not too far away from the face of his bat, really, as though he was 10:30, slip fielding. Just giving everybody a chance to feel the ball in their hands. What will he do this time? Drives beautifully. Nice stop by Matt Lamb, though, in the covers. Tumbling away to his right-hand side. Loses his cap in the process. Nicely fielded, though, by the big man.
Both sides, not displeasingly, have sort of fairly minimalist whites this season, don't they?
No extra piping or anything.
No, or indeed, you know, the V colours on the on the sweaters. Some traditionalists might prefer those, but they work better on the sort of cable knits than the sort of modern clothes, modern materials.
This modern clothing, as in goes, Chapel balls to Hill, who defends it back to him. What have you got against modern clothing? You wear lycra. That's quite modern.
Yes.
It's the end of the over, 141-42. It was a maiden over from Zach Chappell. His third, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 43, his figures now.
Yeah. A couple of years ago when Leicestershire had their... Leicestershire staged a cycling sportif around various cricket clubs in the county. I wore lycra and then I had to wear it because I just got back in time for the T20 game and wore it on camera.
You commentated in lycra?
Indeed, which was a bit of a shock for the viewers when I stood up and commentated for a while.
I can imagine, yeah. Absolutely. So could have had somebody's eye out with that.
Mark Watt is in, bounces outside off stump, but there was width, and Hill, a good cutter, went back and he's put it away very nicely. Ackers, I beg your pardon, went back and cut it away. He's a good cutter as well. Should be able to recognise him. Ackerman as being about a foot taller and has a short sleeved shirt on. Hill, relatively short man. A long sleeved sweater on, but Ackerman didn't miss out there. I had a quick chat to Sol Budinger during the tea interval as Watt is in. Ackerman trying to flick down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Bounces off the pad of Brooke Guest and loops all the way to the man at that leg gully position, or at least on the sort of 45, maybe 12 yards from the bat. Watt in, Ackerman forward. Back down the pitch it goes to, as you said, the Hearts, the Jam Tarts supporting Mark Watt. Watt, quicker, flatter delivery, but again no turn, nothing there for him, and forward goes Ackerman, defending again. What would be your perfect breakfast? Says Mark, asks Mark Watt, or says Mark Watt, as that one is defended back to him. A full Scottish, so that would include
haggis, presumably. A bit of haggis
like
in there,
that.
yeah. Something unpleasant.
Eggs would be involved, certainly. Beans. Deep fried Mars bar.
Iron brew.
In goes what? No cliches or generalisations in this.
No stereotyping from us.
That's defended by Ackerman back down at the pitch for the end of the over. Decent one from Watt, who's probing. Say, giving it some air, just looking for something, but at this early stage, the batsman unlikely, you'd have thought, to take risks. Budinger might have done. Hill and Ackerman less inclined. 145 for 2 after 35.
It's only Watt's 8th first-class match. 17 wickets at 38. He has throughout his career. Zach Chappell, 74 wickets at 35 in 32 matches, including this one. And he's going to continue from the Bennett end, bowling to Lewis Hill, who turns this one into the leg side. Godleman does the fielding, and in a way that Godleman tends to do, he hurls the ball back towards wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. In a very extravagant fashion. 2 slips under point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, who's Haider Ali, who's only about 15 yards or so inside the boundary. There's a long leg mark. What I assume... No, there isn't a third man, I don't think. As Chappell is in again, and the bowl's a short delivery. That was a nice one. Had to bend his knees as well as arch his back. Lewis Hill to get out of the way of that one. He's putting everything in, Zach Chappell. Has yet to get anything out. 0 for 43. His figures to this point. The second half of the slice of cake is now being devoured. It was just too nice to only have half a slice, in all fairness. Although that slice of chocolate cake, that looks even too big for me. It's enormous. In comes Chappell again and bowls to Hill, who pushes this to Godalming once again, fielding at short mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Middlesex were doing Middlesex things earlier on. They were bowled out for 149 by Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire 41 for 2 in reply. 266 for 4 Durham against Worcestershire in the only other game going on in the second division, because Yorkshire's game at Bristol against Gloucestershire play abandoned for the day before 10 o'clock this morning. Warwickshire 238 for 3 against Kent at Edgbaston. Zach Chappell is in again and bowls. That's very much a flay by Lewis Hill, and he's gone down to third man. It wasn't in control of that one at all, Lewis Hill, but he's picked up 4 runs for it and moves into the 40s. He's on 42 and 149 for 2 now, Leicestershire.
Yeah, got lucky there.
Lancashire have been bowled out at Chelmsford for 207. Essex already 4 for 1 in reply. Hampshire 203 for 6 against Surrey at the Oval. And Nottinghamshire 217 for 6 against Somerset at Trent Bridge. 149 for 2 here, Leicestershire, as Chappell's in again. And Hill, rather falling into the offside, defends that towards Godalming once more at mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. Sparse-ish crowd, which is unsurprising given that we didn't see any play till 2:15, and we know at least of one person who left feeling there wouldn't be any play.
Well, in fairness, he had an appointment, but yeah, it was unlucky for poor old Mike. Mike Jelfs, that is. Sat through the morning.
A bit of a catch-up with friends, of course. All very convivial down in front of the pavilion. As Chappell is in again and bowls to Hill, who pushes this one out into the offside. It dribbles towards Leicestershire, but it's picked up by Lamb initially, and it's the end of the over. 149 for 2.
Can see rain falling
everywhere.
Except
it's madness.
On the Uptonsteel County Ground, away to the, probably it's only about 5 or 6 miles away, that, and it's pelting down.
Yeah, remarkable.
But here, nah, I almost might open the window for a little bit further.
Far too warm.
What? 4 overs for 8.
There's a better view of your softie.
Continues, bowls to Ackerman, who's leaning forward, turning his wrist on a firm push towards mid-on, sees that mid-on is a little bit deeper for the spinner and immediately calls Hill through for what was ultimately a fairly comfortable single. Ackerman on to 24, 150 up for the Foxes in the 37th over. The start there of what in Hill forward. Respectful defensive press. Bold Mark, or bold Watty.
Watto as well.
Watto.
Any number of nicknames.
One here, Watto. Book guest tells him Watto is in. Forward again goes Hill. Defensive, back down the wicket to Mark Watt.
Who is, I'm trying to work out, he was born in 96, so he's 27. Still a relative red ball novice.
Steps past umpire Longley and bowls. Tosses that up nicely, but it's just drifting down the leg side. Hill tries to help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it. Guess doesn't take it cleanly. But it bounces back down the pitch towards the Scotsman, who is in and bowling. Flatter delivery, but again, when he does that, he tends to drop a bit short sometimes when he tries to push it through. And Hill on the back foot punches it out, not particularly cleanly, out past Dahl towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes his 1, moves on to 43. 151 for 2. Changes to the field for Ackerman.
Got a very straight mid-on now, Billy Godalming.
Deploy makes him drop back a little bit, go a fraction wider. Watt tosses it right up and Ackerman drives it hard down into the ground. It bounces up and Dahl takes it jumping two-handed above his head at extra cover. End of the over. Watt's 5th, none for 10. Hill has 43, Ackerman 24, Leicestershire building solidly post-tee, which was taken on 131 for 2, they're now 151 for 2, so 20 added.
Callum Parkinson's big moment was ended very quickly there. He was about to race on with fresh gloves for the bats, but it was waved away. He got about 1 foot on the field of play and then was sent back. Big smile on his face, as ever.
Apparently our commentary is about 20 seconds behind the video at the moment. There's nothing we can do about that. Mike, sorry.
There's Chappell beginning a new over. That one is clipped very nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Chase on for Haider Ali, but the ball will win that race. And 4 more to Lewis Hill, who moves on to 47. 155 for 2. Well, I could try and guess what the next ball was going to be, or do we have to wait 20 seconds before we describe? I'm never sure which way round it is. If we're behind the commentary,
I think it depends on through which medium you're watching it.
we'll watch it officially. Those illegal streams.
They're all legal, aren't they? But
killing sport.
Fox's TV on YouTube and things like that.
Is it?
Yeah, it's all
Fox's TV.
Legit. It's the Derbyshire TV station.
They don't have one. Clearly. They just have a stream on the internet. TV. This one is defended by Lewis Hill. They'll be having presenters next.
Yeah, absolutely. It's usually Roman Walker. who's good in front of the camera.
I never wanted to be in front of a camera. And I know there is one in here. Stops you picking your nose, I suppose. 155 for 2. We've got one in our commentary box as well. I just think nobody wants to see us. They want to see the cricket, don't they? Here comes Chappell again. Bennett End bowls a short delivery to Lewis Hill, who bends out of the way of it as it goes through to Brooke Guest.
Some decent bouncers from Chappell.
Yeah, I think he's bowled okay. It's in his 13th over, 51 conceded. $14 from this current spell, which is 3 overs and 3 balls old. Got any more, and I won't be able to see anything. You're all right now. You carry on. Here's Chappell in balls to Hill, who pushes it up to mid-on. They think about a single. There clearly wasn't one there as the ball went straight to Sam Connors. A squeal of no.
Dark cloud is drifting over now.
Yeah.
But
it's not going to rain, though, is it?
I've been so lucky today that
it's never going to rain. Look at the time.
Oh, 5 o'clock. So Fletch, having seen that time, is moving more quickly than he has done throughout the rest of the day as he heads next door to update BBC Radio Derby. Chappell is in and bowls another good bouncer to Hill, who again sort of limbos underneath it. Flexible Lewis Hill. I hope you can still do that when you're 50, young man. Why not? I'm sure he will. He looks the sort who will keep himself fit, Hilly. Of course, he's got a long way to go in his sporting career as yet. Captaining Leicestershire for the first time in first-class cricket this season. And he's got a 100% record. Played one, won one. Waits with bat raised as Chappell is in. Bowls very straight to him. Walks into the defensive press. Billy Godalming, who's at that short-ish, very straight mid-on. Almost silly mid-on, but to sort of 3/4 of the way back down the wicket. Picks it up and it's the end of the over. 155 for 2, that lovely 4. Clipped away to mid-wicket. Hill has 47 from 103 balls. Chappell has conceded a half-century now. None for 51 for Leicestershire's former player. And Callum Parkinson did get out into the middle with a change of gloves. He's running back now with a new warm jacket on. Watt continues. He's in and down the wicket goes Ackerman. Don't think that went exactly where he was looking. It skewed it rather in the air out towards mid-wicket. Running across is Hyder Ali, is it out there? Ackerman picks up a couple, but that was a little bit fortunate. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, the Foxes have made the most of the play that has been available to them. This is the 39th over that's going to be bowled today. Theoretically 24 and a half left if the dark rain clouds continue, as they have throughout the afternoon, to skirt Grace Road. And as I say, the Foxes getting themselves in a good position as Colin Ackerman hits another 4 there. He moves on to 30 of 42 balls. He's with the captain at the moment, Lewis Hill, who's approaching what would be his first half century of the season. He's 47 not out. 161 for 2. The first session of the day was all about Sol Budinger, the Leicestershire opener, hit 72, his best score for the county in his 9th first-class innings. He came off just 62 balls, he hit 11 fours and a 6. All this comes after Leicestershire were put in by Derbyshire, and they're getting themselves whispered into a really good position in this game. They're 161 for 2. Foolish delivery there from Watt, slapped down into the ground rather by Ackerman. Stopped by Dahl in the covers. Watt is in again. Ackerman with that characteristic turn of the wrists as he pushes firmly forward defensively at that one. It runs out to Chappell, who's at shortish mid-wicket. Dark all around the ground on the sort of west side of the ground, but it is all running down the west side of the ground. In goes Watt, bowls hard, bowls foolish, hit hard down into the ground by Ackerman in the offside. Dahl, like a goalkeeper trying to push the ball over the angle of post and crossbar, leaps to his left, does touch it over, slows it down, and Duploy is therefore able to run around behind him to complete the fielding. But Ackerman can pick up 1 and keep the strike, I think. Yes, he can. He moves on to 31, 162 for 2 now, as the dark clouds continue to roll in from the southwest. I don't know whether we are going to be lucky on this occasion. Again, you can see rain away, not so very far away. 24 overs remain. What gets through his overs pleasingly quickly, Dave Fletcher.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
I approve of that.
Yeah. Zach Chappell's beginning a new over from the Bennett end in and bowls to Colin Ackerman, who turns that into the leg side. Godman does the fielding. And there's no run. I would say we're going to be fine. It looks quite pleasant out the back now, which almost certainly means he's going to chuck it down, because every time it's looked horrible, we've missed it, or it's missed us somehow. I'm not entirely sure how. Chappell. It is 14th over of the day. He's in again and bowls to Ackerman. This one's on leg stump and clipped away very nicely indeed, up to a wide long on. It's been chased down by Sam Connors, but again the ball wins the race. That's a really nice shot from Colin Ackerman. Flicked it away almost. Moves to 35, 170, 166 for 2. Bits of the scoreboard move at different times, which is baffling me. Doesn't take a lot, of course, but I had a message about the, I think it was Gary, about the commentary being behind or in front or something. Again, not much we can do about that. Although he was vaguely pleased with the commentary overall. Here is Chappell. Bowls, and that one is defended off the back foot up towards Ben Aitchison, who's fielding at mid-wicket. And there's no run. The only thing we have control over is what comes out of our mouths, and there are occasions when we don't have much control over that either.
Not always.
We can put the wires in the right holes, but once it's left us, you're on your own. 166 for 2. Mickey Arthur and Ian Bell. Might be Ajmal Shazad out for a walk, and this one is a short delivery from Chappell that is just flicked away down to a very wide third man for 4 by Colin Ackerman. Not a good bouncer that time from Chappell. He just sat up and said, hit me wherever you fancy, and he fancied down to third man because there's nobody there. And he moves to 39, 170 for 2.
Yeah,
poor ball.
Got what it deserved, I'm afraid, didn't it?
Poor ball. He's bowled 3 really nice bouncers to Lewis Hill. First one he bowled to Colin Ackerman. Not so nice.
Especially without a third man.
Yeah. Has he got one now? Because he's only got 1 slip. Don't think he has. Can't see anybody down there.
Nope.
He's in again. Ackerman waits and this time defends. Out into the offside. And there's no run. You're getting cold again.
I'm anticipating.
Are you?
Dampness.
No.
The roof tiles start to lift in the commentary box.
That's never a good sign, is it?
No.
They're all going.
The wind's
It
getting
just
up.
feels like the roof could blow off at any moment. 162, 166 for 2 as this next one is off an edge down towards third man this time. Genuine edge, but it was into the ground. It's being chased by Anuj Dal, who gets there, hooks it back for Wayne Madsen, who'll throw it back now. And they've come back for 2. And the over from Zach Chappell, 14 overs he's bowled now. Ackerman has 41, he's almost caught up. Lewis Hill, who's got 47. And Leicestershire 172 for 2. This partnership worth 70. Already in next to no time. So the Brains Trusters getting together. That's Leicester Ploy, Wayne Madsen, Brooke Guest and Billy Godleman to discuss how they're going to get a wicket here, Derbyshire, because they put Leicestershire into bat. Leicestershire batted really nicely. It's a fairly lengthy meeting of the Brains Trust as well.
Well, the run rate is well over 4 at the moment. As I says, it was pretty much throughout the game between Yorkshire and Leicestershire at Headingley last week. And say maybe it's the new positive outlook in county cricket. Maybe all sides will be scoring at this sort of rate henceforth.
Except Gloucestershire.
Mark Watt is in. Oh, left outside off stump by Lewis Hill, and the reaction of the Derbyshire close fielders, hands still on heads out there after several seconds, suggests it was fairly close. A good leave. The bails are undisturbed. The off stump remains untouched. Watt is in, bowls Hill, goes back and plays off the back foot, a little French cricket style, a little unconvincingly out to short mid wicket, shortish, about 10, 12 yards from the bat. Watt is ready to go, but what's his problem? He's decided not to deliver. Billy Godleman looks at him. He finished more or less next to Godleman and exchanged words with him, and then looks back towards his deep-ish mid-on. He's about halfway back there. Is it Watt there?
Aitchison.
Aitchison, beg his pardon. In goes Watt and bowls, and Watt. Did I say Watt? I meant Lamb, but either way it was
You
wrong.
meant somebody with a 4-letter
Either
name.
way
I know
it
what you're
was wrong.
saying. Yeah.
Is that one is defended out into the offside by Hill? Just perhaps a few nerves as he approaches what would be, if he gets there, his first half century of the season. Foolish from Watt and bunted quite gratefully by Hill, just slightly wide of deploy at mid-off. The Derbyshire skipper slides to his left in the sort of modern approved way and makes the stop. Single taken by Hill onto 48. No change to the field for Ackerman, who likes to turn his wrists on his defensive shot. Forward goes Ackerman to that one from Watt, and it goes to the short, wide-ish mid-wicket, who is Chappell. I don't think I've seen Chappell field in a sort of catching position as such. He's got his hands on his knees, though. Theoretically, he's there for a catch. Forward goes Ackerman to that one, back down the pitch. Intercepted en route by Godalman, reaching to his left. End of the over, 173 for 2. The partnership then has already reached 71, as Fletch said. It's sort of crept up.
Just 103
quickly,
balls,
isn't it? Yeah,
104
relatively.
balls.
Without too many risks that I can think of. I don't think there've been a couple of appeals, haven't there? But
yeah,
slightly half.
A couple of good leaves and a couple of bounces.
No chance. Nothing's been dropped.
No, there haven't been any chances.
But that's not necessarily a good sign. But nothing's been dropped because no chances have been created as such. Oh, you're on, Fletch.
For what?
Smile for the cameras.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, by the time you tell me to smile, we're about 15 miles behind, aren't we? Because if I wave now, I won't be on it.
Umpires are consulting. No, this is up to date. That's the YouTube channel, this Foxes TV. That's bang on, as you can see, more or less. Umpires are chatting.
Yeah, I wonder what they're chatting about. It's gone gloomy.
Should we put the covers on as a precaution? Well, you can't.
No,
basically.
You can't.
And the ground staff aren't at the covers, are they? They don't think it's necessarily going to rain.
No. Asking if it's too dark for
You
Sam
put the
Connors to
floodlights
bowl.
Oh.
Well, I don't think it is, but it's even lighter now. You've changed your specs.
Yes. Had got quite dark.
So Sam Connors is going to come back on to bowl. 6 overs, 1 for 23 in his only spell so far. For the youngest player to take 50 wickets in the Championship last season. He's on his way in to bowl to Lewis Hill, who defends the first delivery. Wayne Madsen got very excited by that delivery. It was defended by Hill back towards Sam Connors, and there was no run. Picked up wickets last week as well, did Sam, 3 of them. So he's already up and running for the season. He's got 1 in this game so far. He was the one who got rid of Sol Budinger, who mistimed that pull shot. As in comes Connors again, and once more Lewis Hill just covers up, pushes it back towards the bowler. Billy Godalman picks up this time. The man at mid-on, who is, I think it's Ben Aitchison. I just asked if he can be substituted for a moment. Actually, it might be Zach Chappell. Looking around to see, oh yeah, because Ben Aitchison's down at third man. In comes Connors, and that one is guided out into the offside. Anuj Dal will get to it ahead of Matt Lamb, unsurprisingly. Picks up, but the batsman get through for a comfortable enough single in the end. And Leicestershire move on to 174 for 2. Hill on to 49 now. Ackerman has 41. Harry came just back from delivering a drink. One of Derbyshire's 2 12th men, if you can have 2 of them. And Connors is in again and bowls a short ball that Ackerman has absolutely nothing to do with. I'm not sure he could have reached it even if he had a pair of stepladders out there, mind. And the ball sails through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 21 overs remain after this one, so about an hour and a half ish, depending on how much Mark Watt bowls. The way he's fastening his shirt up down below as he's just lifted his collar up, he looks absolutely frozen. Connors is in, bowls another short delivery, and again this time Ackerman does have to duck a little bit to evade it, but does so comfortably in the end. What do you think Derbyshire would like? They'd probably like 5 or 6, wouldn't they? Given we've had 2 sessions effectively, they'd probably want 6 wickets by the close, having put Leicestershire in. It seems unlikely that they're going to get 6 at this point. I mean, they'll take anything, clearly. It's going to rain. Here comes Connors. Who pushes it out into the offside. I told you it wouldn't. And there's no run. It's picked up by Matt Lamb, who's still wearing the fielding pads and hasn't fielded any closer to the batsman than I have. but he's got them on.
Yeah, they're
not sure why.
They'll feel they're in a strong position, Leicestershire, because the strength they regard as being in their middle order, obviously with Hanscom in next, and then Mulder, Ahmed, Ackerman out there. You know, they've got a foundation on which to build here as rain starts to dot our commentary box windows. The cameraman puts up his hood again, tries to beat some life into his frozen limbs. Poor soul. What is in? And bowls. Forward goes Hill, who's not quite come to a complete stop as he approaches his 50, but he certainly looks as though he's conscious of the landmark. Just not taking any risks as what is in. Bowls to him, and that's his 50. Just calmly turned into the leg side, slightly wide of the fielder Harry came, and raises his bat, Lewis Hill, to the crowd, who are glad of an excuse to beat their hands together. Colin Ackerman runs down the pitch and shakes hands and pats Lewis Hill on the back. His 50 came off 112 deliveries. Fletcher's probably got the number of fours he's hit.
8 of them.
8. It's his first of the season. Watt into Ackerman, clips him away. A foolish delivery out to the deepish mid on a lot of issues there. Aitchison Fields, one is taken. But it's been I think quite an important knock for Hill, obviously for the game and in the context of the game, but for him as well. Watt is in, forward goes Hill and defends. He was the only batsman to really miss out up at Headingley on that very good track. And I would think that given he's not keeping anymore, the captain will feel a bit of responsibility to make some runs to contribute. In goes Watt, bowls, and Hill waits for a foolish delivery on middle and leg, clips it neatly away to mid-wicket, and that's going to go the distance. Good effort by, I think that came running back, really did give it everything, and tumbled over the rope and almost reached the advertising hoardings in so doing. Nice piece of timing from Lewis Hill. Moves on to 54, 180 for 2. Watt is in, forward goes Hill, having scored his 4, and just defends that one back down the pitch to Mark Watt. End of the over. None for 24 for him now. 180 for 2. 20 overs remain today. If we get them, if
brightening up.
Yeah, we have been extraordinarily fortunate. But Leicestershire could be somewhere around about sort of 250, something like that.
Saranga Lakmal and Haider Ali have discovered a way of communicating with each other, which is very impressive. None of us have spoken to either of them yet. Lakmal left out of the squad along with Harry Kane to play in this game by Derbyshire. We pretty much knew that Mark Watt was going to play, given what Mickey Arthur said at the end of the game against Worcestershire when they went in with 5 right-arm seamers. And he's bowled pretty well, 8 overs for 24. Here's Sam Connors from the Bennett end, bowling to Ackerman, who pushes it up to Leicestershire Ploy at mid-off. And there's no run. 5 runs and over for the last 5 overs. For Leicestershire, the overall rate 4.2, nice and healthy. The start of their innings last week, Derbyshire were going at almost 7 and over, which was just bizarre. As Connors is in, and that one is a full delivery and somehow squirts out towards the point boundary. Dahl chases, grabs the ball, and the batsmen get back for a couple. Ackerman just a little squared up by that delivery from Sam Connors. But if anybody was going to chase it down, it would be Anuj Dahl. Saranga Lakmal looks quite cold, as almost every Sri Lankan I've ever seen in this country does. Yeah. They just don't understand why it's so cold. Here's Connors in a short delivery. That one doesn't get up quite as much as the short deliveries bowled by Zach Chappell, and Ackerman just sways out of the way, allows it to go through to the keeper. We now have sunshine and showers. It's officially raining, but the sun is out.
It's raining quite hard, actually.
Yeah, not ideal for the bowling side. As Connors is in again and bowls. That one is pushed out. Initial movement back towards the stumps from Ackerman, pushed it out to Lamb. Fielding in the covers. 182 for 2 it remains. Ackerman 44, Hill 54. Partnership worth 80 between these two for the third wicket so far. It appears to have stopped raining again. As Connors is in and bowls to Ackerman, who drives just to the left of Leicestershire, who has to move across to do the fielding. No run. It's been one of the more bizarre days weather-wise that we've seen. Didn't rain at all until after the toss, which was at 1:45 because of a wet outfield. Then it rained, and it has rained on and off, bits and pieces, not a huge amount since then. But it hasn't been heavy enough to force the players off the field. As Connors bowls, full delivery, perhaps a full toss, and he's missed out a bit there as Ackerman as he drives it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Harry Kane, substitute fielder. He's on for Zach Chappell. It's the end of the Connors over that cost him just 2. And at the end of it, Leicestershire 182 for 2 with Hill on 54. And Ackerman on 44.
Watts bowling has kept the over rate level, which is good to see. We will be late, probably something like 6:45, but that's kind of par for the course at this time of year, I would imagine, unless Watts keeps bowling. He's in now. Brings Hill sort of forward in a desultory way, and then he just tickles it around the corner rather neatly. It's running down to fine leg with Wayne Madsen in hot pursuit. Grateful, I suspect, for the opportunity to get his legs moving. Throws on the bounce to Guest, who can't take it cleanly. Thuds off his pads, but not very far. A couple for Hill. On to 56 now. 180. 4-4-2. In goes Watt and bowls again full and again drifting onto middle and leg, and this time Hill clips out towards mid wicket. Goes fairly close to the boundary, not quite over it. Harry Kane drags it back about 2 yards inside the ropes. And at the moment, Leicester just sort of picking off runs with a degree of comfort that must concern Deploy and Derbyshire. You would have thought. Deploy has a word with Watt, pats him on the back, encourages him. Rain still in the air, can see it sort of in the background of the trees, but the umpires keeping them out there. Leicestershire won't be displeased about that. The ball, which is already past the halfway point of its life, will be taking on a bit of moisture as well. Watt is in, drops short, punched by Hill off the back foot, but a good stop away to his right by Anuj Dal, who must be worth plenty of runs over the course of a season to his side. Watt in, Hill is forward, no, he squawks, seeing it run out towards backward point. Lamb still wearing the pads, probably grateful to be wearing the pads underneath his whites, the fielding pads. Comes in from backward point. Where's deep gully? Watt is in. Hill goes back, turns the delivery off his legs toward just through short leg, but Guest is quickly off in pursuit. And batsman equally quickly decide there's no chance of a single.
Means we won't see his occasional leg spin though, which is disappointing.
Unless he bowls in his pants.
Oh, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
Like Boycott used to bowl in his cap. Watt drops very short. And the quicker ball, which he does tend to drag down a bit sometimes, played on the back foot. It's straight though and played on the back foot by Hill. Out into the off side. That was the nearest thing I think Jeffrey ever Came to making a joke, wasn't it? He turned his cap round and thought it was very funny.
Yeah. He's not a naturally humorous human being.
No.
Gary's been in touch. He said, it's my 41st season coming up playing men's cricket. Any advice, chaps? Well, my advice will be retire. Enjoy it, I would imagine, would be as good a piece of advice as I could give. I'm not in a position to give anybody advice on cricket.
40 years of men's cricket. Your knees must be creaking a bit, Gary, if you're a bowler. But good on you, sir. Who's that for? You'll have to tell us.
He will do, I'm sure. As Sam Connors begins a new over with a short delivery that's punched off the back foot out to the point boundary. Dahl gets there, and Ackerman comes back for 2. Moves to 46, 180. 8 for 2, possibly, unless they beat me to it. No, they haven't. 188 for 2. Big scoreboard's beating the manual scoreboard on this occasion.
It's a fairly rare event.
This next delivery from Connors is pushed back into the ground, back towards Connors here. It doesn't stick out a hand, it goes through to Leicestershire Ploy, who hurls it to Brooke Guest.
Could be the wind has flipped the couple of numbers back, but if they're listening in the manual scoreboard.
You're just looking for excuses now.
The renovated manual scoreboard, incidentally. 2 seasons ago now.
It's a fine thing. Connors bowls and it's defended by Ackerman up to mid-on this time to Zach Chappell, who's back on the field, having had his left thumb tended to. He just got a little bit of a nick on it when he pulled off a diving stop several overs ago. Good piece of fielding. They're just keeping the run rate around that 4.1 mark. Leicestershire, is that what he's clipped? He's missed out there on a full toss almost from Sam Connors. He's flicked it straight along the ground to Billy Godleman, who does the fielding, slightly distracted by Richard's cap that he's now put on. Looks very impressive over his headphones rather than under them. Must bring my bobble hat tomorrow. Connors is in again, and ow, that's a good bouncer. He got out of the way of it nicely, Ackerman, but it didn't pass too far in front of his face on its way through. Yeah, they were late for me last time. That's not really the attitude, I know. Yeah, well, how far over? We've only got 1 ball of this over, I'll be all right. How did we get to 5:30? Or if you're watching on the stream, 4:20. 180, 188 for 2. Ackerman on 46. Connors on his way in now and bowled to him, and he flashes it away for 4, and there's his half century. Beautiful shot from Ackerman. Poor delivery really from Sam Connors. 70 deliveries, so a lot quicker than Lewis Hill for his 50. And that was Colin Ackerman's 9th of boundary. And as a result, Leicestershire moved to 192 for 2.
Ackerman's 3rd half century in as many innings this season. Well, I was nervous about jinxing him when I said how well he played at Headingley at the start of this innings, but continuing to play in that similar positive and very correct vein which characterises Colin Ackerman at his best, and that's been close to it. Partnership worth 90 now for the 3rd wicket. Mark Watt, none for 26 to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lewis Hill, goes forward then goes back as he sees the length, turns it into the leg side. There is no run. Chappell the fielder in front of square. Watt bowls. Hill forward. Length delivery. Blocks it out into the offside. Dahl is the fielder. Picks it up and lobs it underarm to Marquardt. In and bowls on towards middle leg. Here comes the update, pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. They are indeed the two men at the crease at the moment. The captain, Lewis Hill, and the former captain, Colin Ackerman, have both gone to their 50. They came together when Sol Budinger, who had himself played beautifully for 72 from 62 balls, hit 11 fours and 1 6, top-edged an attempted pull at Sam Connors and was caught by Leos Duploy at mid-on. T was taken on 131 for 2, but they've moved on to 192 for 2. Ackerman and Hill have built a partnership that is now worth 90. Hill, as I say, has gone to his half-century, 56 he's on now, his first of the season. But Ackerman, who played beautifully in the victory over Yorkshire at Headingley last week, went to 70 in both innings and was crossed to get out when he's playing that well. He looks back to his best, Colin Ackerman. Very correct, very orthodox, very powerful and very impressive in going to 50 off just 70 balls. They're building a really good platform here, the Foxes. They're 194 now for 2. Back with the online as Lewis Hill pushes a slightly wide delivery from Watt out to the sweeper on the offside boundary and takes a couple to finish the over. 194 for 2. Hill on to 58. Ackerman has 50. 16 overs remain. If Watt continues to bowl, then it probably won't be much more than an hour. We could get done for about 6:30, but Derbyshire badly need another breakthrough or two before the close. They're beginning to look as though they're going to be on the wrong end of a fairly hefty first innings here, and this is after putting Leicestershire in. Sam Connors, who's been as impressive as anybody, runs in and bowls another bouncer to Ackerman. Halfway down the pitch though, and Ackerman plenty of time to duck underneath it, bob at the knees, bend at the knees. Bends in knees. And once again, the heavy shower clouds, the rainstorm clouds, have drifted past the ground. We're being very fortunate. Connors is in. Good bouncer again, but again, Ackerman can sway out of the way. 2 for the over. That should be that. Lots of signals from umpire Pratt, having a word with Sam Connors. Field changes as a consequence. Duploy moves across from mid-off to mid-on, pushes Godalman out to conventional mid-wicket. Mid-on drops, as Chappell drops a yard or two deeper and wider, says Duploy. Wider, wider, Zach. Bit further. Yes, there you go. And he himself has gone in at that shortish mid-wicket position. There is also a short extra cover as Connors is in. Not a bouncer as such, but short of a length. Ackerman on his toes, defends. Connors giving it plenty. He's got an elastic bandage on his right arm. A little bit of extra protection, perhaps. Early in the season. Not the time to be picking up niggles. Felt very sorry for Matt Salisbury at Headingley last week. Just felt his calf go. After about 7 overs of bowling, in goes Connors. That is another bounce. That's surely the third for the over, unless the first wasn't signalled the bouncer. Ackerman did have to duck fairly low for that first one, but that is definitely another signal of a bouncer. So 2 have definitely been bowled. For my money, 3, but Duploy runs across and has a word with Connors. Slows things up a little bit. The time we pick up when Mark Watt is bowling, we tend to lose when Connors is, but certainly in this over, because Du Ployer's twice now spent some best part of a minute changing the field.
No slip, but a leg gully.
It was a sign that the team is struggling a bit, isn't it, when they start trying to different things in the field. 2 short mid wickets on the catching, in a catching position. He's going to go around the wicket.
Fire it into Ackerman's legs.
No deep mid wicket, so he would take it on if it's pitched up.
It will be.
Connors is in, bowls, goes for the cut, gets the top edge, flies over, gets to the boundary for 4. Catch, shouted Connors as it flicked the top edge of Ackerman's bat. It was a good effort ball. Ackerman went for it. It was outside off stump. Thin top edge and only a few inches above Guest's reaching right hand. It almost worked for Derbyshire.
Good effort by Guest, but I mean it flew, didn't it? Absolutely flew.
One of those that would have had to hit the palm, wouldn't it, really, to have any chance of staying in. But even so, moral victory for the bowler. Won't feel much like that. Ackerman on to 54. One of the very rare false shots he's played in this innings.
Going back over.
So just that one delivery around the wicket. But he says to the 2 short mid-wickets, stay there. Down they go. Comes in, bowls, full, driven hard down into the ground, but a good diving stop away to his right by the solid figure of Mark Watt. Got a big right hand to it and managed to make the stop. Saved for, and himself a long run as well into the bargain. 198 for 2. Ackerman 54, Hill 58.
He won 98 for 2. Blimey, where's the next wicket coming from? Well, it almost came in that over, but not quite. It's been not quite a day of almost, but not quite. But Mark Watt's spells come to an end. 9 overs for 27. He's bowled nicely. To just go at 3 and over when the overall rate's over 4 is a decent effort for the left-arm spinner on day 1.
William Frey says, now the audio is lagging the images. Can this be fixed? Probably, but I've no idea how, William. You could try refreshing the feed, see if that helps. I won't say switch it off and on again. It worked for me last night after yet another ridiculous Windows update.
Another one?
Oh, you wait till you... Yeah.
What did this one do?
I don't know. It slowed everything down for about an hour, you know.
Yeah. Can't watch those illegal streams on your laptop when it's updating.
I was Zwifting, which made it even more annoying.
You were what?
Zwifting. It's a cycling app when it links to your smart bike.
Oh. What was that thing you said before? Is that what it was? Is that Zwift? Okay.
You race people all over the world.
Do you? Lovely. Here's Dahl. First delivery's turned into the leg side by Lewis Hill. There's no run. I was listening to 5 Live on my phone whilst lying on a bed in a hotel room. I could barely move given the size of the pizza that I'd eaten, in fairness, but...
That was the Chelsea game, was it?
Yeah. They sounded dreadful. Hill waits. Dahl is in again. And this one is clipped nicely into the leg side. And initially, Zach Chappell looks at it and then thinks, oh no, I should chase that. But by the time he realises he should chase it, the ball's reached the boundary. I think it would have reached there anyway. And it's 4 more to Hill, and it's a century partnership between these two as the 200 is up. 202 for 2 in the, I can't see, the 49th over. And the century stand coming up of 148 balls, I believe. Now there's a delay because Leicestershire Ploy is having a chat with Anuj Dahl.
Just a reminder that batting bonus points do not start this year until you reach 250.
Yes, to try and encourage people to go for it a bit more. Gary's been back and told us who he plays for, so I'll let you know in a moment. In goes Dahl again, and that one is defended by Hill this time. Straight back to Dahl, who fields off his own bowling. He plays for Langley Mill and the Derbyshire Disability Cricket Club. He says he's got a few bits of metal in him. He just bats nowadays. He reckons about 30,000 career runs. Did you see that bizarre tweet by Warwickshire? I think it was yesterday, might have been the day before. Sam Hain has got, I think it's 12,000 first-class runs. And they were asking, as Dahl goes in and bowls a foolish delivery that's clipped into the leg side, into the ground and into the leg side, and Billy Godwin doesn't take it cleanly. The question was, how long will it take him to get, or will he get to 25,000? Well, that seems an awful long way off. He might do, I suppose, but then again, he might not. A very bizarre tweet from Warwickshire, or whatever they're calling themselves these days. He's a good cricketer, there's no doubt about that. Dahl is in to Hill, who just slams the bat down on that one, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Aitchison. And there is no run.
Martin Barry is listening to us while Zwifting. He tweets to let us know.
Lovely. And tweeting. Zwifting.
And
can you tweet? That shows you how easy cycling is, doesn't it, really, when you can actually listen to a cricket commentary and tweet at the same time as cycling.
Well, Martin won't be in a race. He'll be doing some training, I would imagine.
He'll be stopping at the tea shop in a minute. In goes Dahl and bowls. And that one is clipped into the leg side, fielded by Billy Godwin. And there's no run. 202 for 2. Hill has 62. Ackerman has 54. I've never really got on with cycling. The only two commentators I know who are interested in it are you and Martin.
Yes.
Which says everything you need to know.
Rotter.
He doesn't look like the right shape for cycling, though, Martin. Not with that pot belly of his. He's always calling me out.
Is he?
For my shape, yeah, my size and my dietary habits. Then you look at him and you think,
that's a bit rich coming from.
You look at him and you think, well, your spine is not going to carry that around for much longer.
No, indeed. Change of bowling. Ben Aitchison is coming back on to replace Sam Connors at the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Ackerman, drifting on to leg stump. A little bit short as well. Ackerman turns it past the diving mid-wicket. Chappell has quite a long way to run to get to the ball, and seeing that, Hill calls Ackerman back. The sidearm throw comes in from Chappell, but it's a touch wild. And Guest can't gather it cleanly by the stumps. Not that had he done so, there'd have been any point in him taking off the bails, because Ackerman had made his ground. 204 for 2. Ackerman on 256. Aitchison, tall man, comes in and bowls nice and straight to Ackerman, who defends it back down the pitch to the Derbyshire bowler. 1 for 47 now for Ben Aitchison. He has, as I've been saying, just struggled a bit for consistency in terms of line and length. Maybe just trying a touch too hard. As he is in and bowls solidly and straight to Ackerman, who is forward. What did Mickey Arthur say after the defeat at Worcester? He put it down to just bit of overconfidence going into that game.
Said it was an unacceptable performance,
yeah,
and that Derbyshire wouldn't lose another game this season. On the record.
Did he?
Yeah. Well, I thought they might lose another game this week.
In goes Aitchison down the leg side, clipped on its way by Ackerman. Did he get anything on it? Yes, he did indeed. It wasn't pad, it flew down through the sort of leg slip area down to fine leg for 4. No chance at all for long leg to get there. And again, Aitchison just but managing to bowl sort of an over of top of off stump deliveries. Kicks at the ground in annoyance as he walks back to the top of his mark. He too now has conceded more than 50 runs in his bowling. 1 for 51 he has now. In he goes, bowls. Ackerman strokes it in defence, firmly out to mid-on.
He admitted that the bowling was a bit same. It was 5 right-arm seamers and some occasional spin, as opposed to the 4 seamers with the left-arm spin of Mark Watt for this game. But he was pleased with some of the batting.
is in. Ackerman is driving for 4. Beautiful shot, just stepped out, overcompensating, and he's gone for more than 5 and over in his 10 overs, and it was actually sort of 5.5s now. 1 for 55 from 10 for Aitchison. 2 boundaries conceded in the over, and not what Leicestershire and Derbyshire wanted at this stage of the day's play. 212 for 2. Ackerman now ahead of Hill. He's moved on to 64 from 82 balls. Hill 62 from 133. 13 overs remained. The partnership 110 has more than doubled the score.
Billy Godman obviously got half century in each innings last week. There was a 95 not out from Leicestershire in the second innings when Madsen got into the 80s. Zach Chappell took a fifer and gave us some fairly useful lower order runs, along with Aitchison in the first innings, as Dahl begins a new over, and that one is driven but not timed out into the offside. It's fielded by Haider Ali. So there were some positives, but there weren't many on the bowling front, I think it's fair to say, other than Zach Chappell's fifer in that first innings. And Worcestershire cantered to victory really in the end, just after tea on the 4th day, when we lost the whole of the morning session on day 1 as well. So fairly comprehensive, as this one is clipped into the leg side by Lewis Hill. They'll just trot through for a comfortable single, as it's fielded out there by Zach Chappell. 213 for 2 now. Hill moves on to 63. But there was so much optimism around the place, almost like someone had put a pin in the bubble really. They've got to pick themselves up here, and that one is pushed up to deploy by Ackerman. There's no run. Whereas presumably the opposite is true of Leicestershire, who've just got to keep a lid on the sensational victory and the confidence they got from that up at Headingley. I think when I was talking to Mickey that game was still going on, so didn't get anything from him on that. As Dahl bowls, pushes this, Ackerman pushes this one into the offside. We spoke to Anish Dahl live last night and asked him about obviously the fact that Leicestershire are coming into this game on the back of that win at Headingley, and he said he is the kind of cricketer who would. He'd looked at all the second division sides and he didn't think there was an awful lot between most of them. And he was clearly including Yorkshire in that. So you need your big performance to perform, don't you, really? Dahl bowls and it's driven down the ground, but nicely stopped. Got the 3rd attempt by Mark Watt. Did well in the end. Once again, there's no run. 64 to Ackerman, 63 to Hill, 213 for 2. But it was largely disappointing last week. They were put into bat as well. Dahl bowls a foolish delivery that's driven again straight to Watt by Ackerman, who completes the fielding, the Scotsman. The over comes to an end, just the 1 run from it. Anish Dahl has now bowled 7 overs for 27. Leicestershire at 213 for 2 with 12 to go. So we will finish before, well, we might finish around 6:30 if we're lucky. Should be handy.
Dahl gets through his overs reasonably
briskly,
doesn't he? Not quite as briskly as Mark Watt, but...
And Aitchison's run-up's not that long either,
no,
so...
Indeed. You can see the bruised grass underneath his footprints. They were very quickly etched in the Headingley grass from all sides.
Yeah,
last
day
week.
1 was incredible, wasn't it? Very damp.
Aitchison into Hill, leaves outside off stump. He's not the most demonstrative or noisy of captains as he deploy.
No, he's very
a lot
quiet.
Of experience there, though.
Very quiet.
In goes Aitchison, dabbed fine down to 3rd man by Hill. Neat little late cut wide of Madsen at slip, but That man, Connors, is down there at third man, made ground swiftly to his left and made the stop.
Good fielder, Sam Connors.
Yeah. That athletic. Aitchison in bowls. A very high bouncer, and that will be a signalled no ball on height. He did bang that in, and it flew miles above Ackerman's head.
Why is it a no ball and not a wide?
Good question. Get 2 for a no ball?
Well, you do, but that shouldn't be a reason, should it?
It shouldn't. The only difference I can think, really, in goes Aitchison and bowls. That's a much better line and length. Ackerman defends on the back foot out into the offside.
It's the first no ball when they bowled 13 last week, so it's worth a note.
Teetotal Merseysider, Ben Aitchison.
A teetotal, is it?
Doesn't drink alcohol, he says.
I know what teetotal is.
Okay, in goes Aitchison, bowls. Back foot defensive shot off the off stump, firmly down into the ground. The square is hard, it bounces up high. And moving to his left, Matt Lamb in the covers makes the stop. 64 apiece for Hill and Ackerman now. 2 balls left in this. Aitchison over, he is in and bowls. Ackerman gets a rising delivery down the left side. He steps inside it, tries to work it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Guest. Yes, it's been a rather difficult day in every respect for Derbyshire, really. Freezing out there, it must be horrible, really. I mean, I know it's bright and sunny, but very difficult, and the pitch turns out to be pretty flat. In goes Aitchison, bowls. Ackerman back foot defensive punch through the offside for 4, I'm sure. Although Lamb is in pursuit, seeing it slow down, just made it. Had he was it me, or was he a little bit slow in?
Well, he's still got the fielding pads on.
Taking off after that.
I don't know why he's wearing them, really, because he hasn't fielded close in at all.
Warmth, perhaps?
Well, yeah.
Anyway, he wasn't able to drag it back, but it only just made the ropes there in front of the popular seats, as they're sometimes referred to.
Not massively popular today.
Not today, no, although your back's to the wind if you're sitting in them,
yeah.
So it probably wouldn't be, but you're not really in the sun for a lot of the time, so 20 for 2.
Arguably a more famous member of the Aitchison family playing sport at the weekend. His sister Holly is the England fly half in the Six Nations. So they'll both be in action on Saturday, if it is indeed Saturday, or indeed Sunday. Forgive me for not knowing. You can catch that on the BBC Sport website and on the iPlayer, I think.
Who are they playing?
Might even be BBC Two.
If it's France, it might be a decent game. Otherwise, they tend to be a little bit one-sided.
They can be, can't they? Yeah. I'm not sure. Again, apologies. Here's Anuj Dal. I shouldn't have started the conversation, really. Bowling to Lewis Hill, who clips this into the leg side. And they go through for another single. Hill moves to 65, 221, 4-2. I'm sure I can find out fairly swiftly. I'd be disappointed if I couldn't. I won't find out at that particular category on the BBC Sport website. They're playing on Saturday and they're away to Wales. I imagine it'll be at the Arms Park. As Dahl is in again, and that one is defended straight back to him by Colin Ackerman.
It's an artificial pitch at the Arms Park, isn't it?
It is.
I really don't like those in rugby. I don't like them in football either, but
it's Matt Lamb who's gone up, and he's actually gone up to remove those fielding pads. So there we go. Had them on. Fielded for several hours with them on. Now he's taken them off. He'll probably be asked to put them on again before the close of play, but he's about to come back on. Zach Chappell must be on the boundary. This next delivery from Dahl is defended again by Ackerman. He remains on 68. Hill has 65. Leicestershire 221 for 2. The partnership's worth 119. And we have 10 overs to go today. At 6 o'clock.
I don't think there would be many in or around this ground would have said we were going to get all 63 overs that were scheduled at 2:15, but it doesn't look like we are. Aitchison is going to continue 1 for 62 now from his overs, 11 overs, as he comes in and bowls 2 Hill outside off stump, moving further away. Hill lets it go through. Jake's been on site all day, hasn't seen much other than just checking the score, asking for a quick review of the day as Hill just pushes that one out into the offside, sees that mid-off's a long way back and calls for the single, which is safely taken. Derbyshire won the toss, Jake. They decided to bowl. Just about an understandable decision. The pitch, tweeted a picture of it before the start of play, looked more heavily grass at either end than in the middle, but it has played pretty much impeccably, to be honest. Nor, as it turned out, as Ackerman plays and misses, drives and misses at that one from Aitchison. No real reaction other than from the incorrigibly enthusiastic Madsen at slip. Hands on heads for him. 2 false shots from Ackerman in the last couple of overs. He's on 68 at the moment. But the ball hasn't really swung all day, and Leicestershire have taken full advantage. They did lose Rishi Patel early, as Aitchison is in outside off stump left by Ackerman. It was Aitchison who got Patel. Delivery that perhaps just bounced a fraction more than he thought it was going to, and went forward. Looked a solid shot, but got enough of an outside edge to fly to Madsen. A very comfortable catch by slip catching standards at second slip. That was Patel gone for 8 off 23 balls. Aitchison is in. Ackerman forward in defence, out to mid-off it goes. 21 for 1 at that stage. Sol Budinger, 21 and 41 against Yorkshire last week. Sort of continued the form he showed it, particularly in the second innings. He went for his shots, as he always does. He went to his 50 off just 43 balls, hit 9 fours. He hit it 3 fours in the very first over off Aitchison. First 6 balls he faced outside off stump left by Ackerman again. He also pulled Chappell for 1 big 6. He passed his previous first class best of 64. This was his 9th first class innings. Put on 81 with Lewis Hill, his captain, before he went for a top edge pull at Sam Connors. Went for a pull at Sam Connors, got a top edge, and it went high to the Derbyshire skipper Leos deploy at mid-on. Budinger having made 72 off 62 balls, 11 fours and a 6, 102 for 2 at that stage. T was taken on 131 for 2, Hill on 35 off 74, Ackerman on 13 off 21. Hill first to his 50, as you'd expect, off 112 balls, 8 fours. Ackerman's 50 came off just 79 fours. The 100 partnership has come off 148 balls, and they continue to thrive, basically. We've been incredibly lucky with the weather. Rain, storm, clouds have sort of skirted the ground throughout much of the afternoon and evening, but we are set fair now, and with just 9 overs remaining, every chance of getting those 9 overs. Derbyshire slowing things down a bit. Anuj Dahl about to continue from the pavilion end, bustles in and bowls. Hill is forward, it goes past the outside edge again. Now this ball is 54 overs and 1 delivery old. Don't think it started to swing too much. Huey explaining to us why the high bouncers are being called no ball. The key language in the no ball law is that the ball passes, quote, this is quote, passes or would have passed over head height as in goes Dahl, bowls on off stump. Hill drops it out into the offside. or would have passed over head height, is a no ball rather than a wide, as could have been hit by the batter. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Thank you, Huey. Foxes have played themselves into a very strong position after being put in by Derbyshire, thanks most recently to a century partnership between the captain, Lewis Hill, and Colin Ackerman. Both have passed 50. Hill's 50 came off 112 balls and included 8 fours. Ackerman's off 70 included 9. They continue to thrive in the late evening sunshine. Hill has gone on to 66, Ackerman has 68, and Leicestershire, with 8.5 overs remaining to be played today, are 222 for 2. I'm back with you online with Fletch alongside.
Hello.
Hello. In goes Anuj Darbole's outside off stump and allowed to bounce into the gloves of guest by Hill. James Wharton, I said it like that because James Wharton, the Yorkshire player, young Yorkshire player, batted very well. Is sporting what can only be described as a cad's moustache. Terry Thomas at his very best.
Well, I did.
What a shower!
Shower.
What an absolute shower! In goes Dahl. Bowls full on leg stump, clipped away by Hill. He's been waiting for that one, and it crosses the ropes at mid wicket. Lovely shot. He's played that shot really well. Lewis Hill. He picks up 4 and moves. Waiting for the scoreboard to the 70s, on 270 off 145 balls, 226 for 2.
I was at Charlton on Monday, Charlton Athletic, and their left back was called Terrell Thomas. At which point I said to my co-commentator, I will at some point say hello.
It's Dahl and bowls and defended by Hill. When I was down at Hove a few seasons ago, I remember popping into one of the various Hove shops, and I found the biography of Terry Thomas, but each chapter was sort of headed by one of his famous catchphrases.
Oh, yes. Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the Bennett end. That one comes off the edge of the bat down to third man. Ackerman picks up another single. Moves on to 69.
And I'll just pass that on again from Huey, who's explained to us about the no ball and wide situation.
Oh, excellent.
He says that in the no ball law, the ball that passes or would have passed over head height is a no ball rather than a wide, as he says it could have been hit by the batter, theoretically. That's what the law says.
I don't think he could have hit that.
No,
this one's clipped into the leg side by Hill.
The key part being that it bounced over the head, apparently, which brings it into the no ball purview rather than that of wide.
Nonsense, really, isn't it?
It's a fine definition.
Yes, I think so. And the fact that in county championship
detail,
cricket you get 2 runs for it helps the batting side. Obviously, this next one is a ball on a length from Ben Aitchison, defended by Ackerman. He's got 69. Hill has 71. 228 for 2. Well, many thanks for the explanation. It's always baffled me, really, as to why you would get a wide for a no ball for a ball that is wide. And that is the reason. Here comes Aitchison again, bowled. That one is defended by Ackerman out into the offside. 7.5 overs to go. It's the kind of time when the two batsmen will be thinking, we could be here tomorrow, because they're not going to get to 3 figures today. You wouldn't have thought unless they go berserk. Derbyshire have done far better with extras today. Not anywhere near the 60 that we saw in the second innings against Worcestershire. Although there could be some here, unless he's got some bat on it, Colin Ackerman, which he has. He's turned it down to fine leg, just got bat on it, and took it off his pads. Picks up 4 more. He moves into the 70s and overtakes Hill again. He's on 73, 232 for 2. I understand we're speaking to Sam Connors at the close of play, so he'll be able to tell us that the ball was doing nothing. He's currently, if he doesn't come back, will have bowled 10 overs today, 1 for 36. Aitchison in and bowls, that's defended by Ackerman up towards mid-off to complete the over. So 7 to go. Aitchison 13 overs, 1 for 69 and 4 overs for 24 in his most recent spell, or this current spell. Ackerman has 73 off 105. Hill has 71 off 147. The partnership is worth 130 off 195 balls, 232 for 2.
Dahl to continue. Looking a little weary now.
How he feels.
Maintaining this sort of ring of relatively close. Oh, no, he's not. He's now sending the wider of the 2 short mid-wickets back to a conventional mid-wicket chapel. So just Godalman at short mid-wicket and Aitchison at short extra cover as Dahl is in to Hill, who is forward. You heard the call, I'm sure, as he pushed it wide of Aitchison, but only out as far as Hyder Ali. No run possible. Deploy. Claps his hands together as he walks back towards mid-off. Partnership now worth 130 for the 3rd wicket as Dahl is in. Bowls. No, says Ackerman, sending Hill back. Hill having taken 5 or 6 paces down the wicket. I suspect Ackerman's call, although it was Hill's call, Ackerman had turned back into his ground to make, because it was played back past him. It might have been deflected onto his stumps, and he saw what getting to the ball quickly, and he is left-handed. It was bouncing to his left hand. It was probably the right decision on Ackerman's part. Dahl is in. Hill leaves outside off stump, taken by Guest.
Yeah, he didn't throw the ball eventually. Mark, I think he'd have had to have thrown it through Ackerman as well. He positioned himself quite nicely. The non-striker, having made his ground. So what held on to the ball?
6.5 overs to go today. Dahl in. Bowls. Hill is turning it off his legs, off the back foot, out towards backward square. It will be just the single. 2-3-3 for 2. What did I say? They might get to sort of 250 sort of area, and it's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't it, if this continues, if not a bit more.
Derbyshire 67 overs on day 1 at Derby last week, got to 300. But they were 8 down.
Good scoring rate. Moved the game on. Dahl is in, and Bowles driving down into the ground is Ackerman, but doesn't really put his full weight into the shot. Bounces out into the covers where Ali holding his hands up so that, because the sun is obviously sinking into the west, I believe that's what it does most days.
When it stops, we're in trouble, aren't we?
But it is very low, and a few fielders on that side of the ground, obviously casting the floodlight pylons. Shadows are extending across the entirety of the ground as in goes Dahl Bowles, and again forward goes Ackerman, driving it but without any real aggressive intent, out to mid-off, end of the over. 2-3-3 for 2, 72 Hill, 73 Ackerman. And having sort of reached Hill's score, Ackerman's sort of settled down a little bit now, isn't he? Excuse me.
Yeah, 73, 72. Yeah.
The scores are just about proceeding at the same pace.
6 overs remain, and Mark Watt's going to come on, so that might hasten the close of play, because he's going to come on for the first time from the Bennett end.
What did you have on your pizza last night?
It was an American hot, I think it was called, but there were chilies on it and pepperonis and peppers.
You went for the healthy option then. Pepperonis.
Well, I think that chilies and peppers count as 2 of your 5 a day. So in total yesterday I had 2. Mark Watt around the wicket, bowling to Lewis Hill, who defends the first delivery straight back to the bowler. I think healthy eating is exceptionally overrated. Personally.
On which subject we ought to congratulate Mr. Griffin, the Derbyshire statistician and photographer.
Well, he was sort of forced into it. This one is turned into the leg side by Hill for a single. He moves on to 73.
Whatever the reason, he's lost many a kilo over the winter. And he's currently cutting a fine figure of a man.
Yeah. Opening tins of fish everywhere he goes. That's what he does in press boxes all up and down the country. He'll be opening tins of fish.
Not a euphemism for his...
No, sadly not. The smell is quite horrific as this one is pushed out into the offside. He eats kippers, tinned kippers, and... Oh yeah, it's but he doesn't see it as anything other than normal.
Tinned kippers?
All that nonsense. Ackerman waits as Watt bowls to him. I think they're kippers. They might not be. No, they're not anchovies. They're bigger than that.
Mackerel.
He could eat mackerel. Yeah, well, it's fish. They look like fish. And he eats them. And he opens the tins in public. As this one's short from Watt, and it's punched away into the offside by Ackerman for a single.
He's shameless in that respect, to be said.
Yes. Yes. If he's got to eat it, we've got to smell it. 235 for 2. Ackerman moves on to 74 with that single. He has done well to lose the weight. What's the next one again? A little bit short from Watt, but defended by Hill. Back towards him. It's the end of the over. 5 to go. 235 for 2. Hill has 73. Ackerman has 74. And this partnership now worth 133. Will Derbyshire rue the decision to put the home side into bat? Well, I think they possibly will. Because Budinger made 72, Hill's made 73, and Ackerman's made 74. And I'm sure the statisticians out there would love to have successive batsmen getting 72, 73 and 74. Sadly, it means that Derbyshire would have to take a wicket. And Anjadal bowls, and it's pushed up to mid-on by Ackerman, fielded by Mark Watt, who gives the ball a little polish. It is 58 overs old now, this ball. Here's deploy, hands deep in pockets, no doubt deep in thought as well, the Derbyshire skipper. As Dahl is in again and bowls, and that's a mistimed drive from Ackerman up towards deploy. Who turns around and looks at the bit of turf on which he fielded the ball. Only spoken to Leas once since he assumed the captaincy. Didn't speak to him in the match last week. Asked him what sort of captain he was going to be, and he wasn't entirely sure when I spoke to him on media day. That one's defended by Ackerman, back to Anjadal, and there's no run. Billy Godman's very straight at short mid-on. There's a short extra cover as well. That's Ben Aitchison. And there's a man in the mid-wicket region. From here, it looks like Matt Lamb. As Dahl bowls, and it's turned into the leg side. Picked up by Mark Watt at mid-on, and there's no run. Still playing everywhere in the country, which sort of gives me a little bit of a good feeling. We're not the only ones still going at this time. Dahl goes in again, bowls, and this one is off an edge to backward point. That's Matt Lamb, so the other person must be Zach Chappell at mid-wicket. Durham 318 for 7. They played 87 overs up at Chester Street. They're playing Worcestershire. Didn't get going at all at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Doesn't mean that Glamorgan aren't playing in this round of matches, as this next delivery is all Worcestershire turned into the leg side by Ackerman. He's run one. He's going to come back for the second as well, as the ball is picked up in the deep by Sam Connors. Ackerman moves to 76, 237. 4-2. Spicy wicket at Chelmsford. Fancy that. Essex 68 for 3, trailing Lancashire by 139. Somerset 14 for 1, trailing Nottinghamshire by 242 at Trent Bridge. And Surrey 8 without loss, trailing Hampshire by 246 at the Oval. Northamptonshire 95 for 3, trailing Middlesex by just 54. That game at Northampton.
What changing ends is going to have a go from the Bennett end, goes in and bowls to Hill, who is with minimal foot movement, sort of leaning forward and dabbing that one out into the offside. They do rather look as though they've got the close on their mind now, Ackerman and Hill. Runs haven't completely dried up, but certainly the scoring rate has slowed. Hill is forward, pushing it past the diving extra cover, who I think is no, it's not Chappell, it is Matt Lamb diving across to his right, but the fact he dived, though he didn't get there, meant Hill had to wait in his ground, and eventually Duploy made their stop at mid-off. What is in? Hill again is driving, but not aggressively out into the covers, and again Watt watches as Lamb fields and then does his leg spin back to him. A little hint to the skipper. Wouldn't mind the last over of the day.
We could get it.
Watt in, flatter, shorter, wider. He lets it bounce.
I think he'll enjoy it if he gets it.
Look forward to it. Just when I was thinking Watt was bowling his over impressively quickly, which he always does, Duploy changes the field, brings in short mid-wicket. Watt is in, back goes Hill, defends. Puff of dust from the feet of Watt in the footmarks there. Steps in, bowls. Hill is forward, defending. And that is a maiden over from Mark Watt. And a good one, really. I don't think he's bowled at all badly. He's been there or thereabouts throughout, and he's, I think, been as economical, if not more so, than any of the bowlers that have bowled today, which represents not a triumph, but a sort of indication of his selection, that he's held and that he's tied an end up a bit.
12 overs for 30.
Well, that is, I think, then probably
that
in economy terms.
Yeah.
Hasn't been lucky enough to pick up a wicket, but
I'm indebted.
I'm indebted to
Greg Watts, who sent me an email as Dahl begins a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to Colin Ackerman, who defends. Back to the bowler. John West tinned kippers are delicious. You don't know what you're missing. I absolutely do know what I'm missing, because I've smelt plenty of them.
John West tinned kippers.
It says tinned silled, S-I-L-D, are also fantastic. Well, I'll take your word for that, Greg. Then he gives us a bit of analysis on the cricket. A tough day for Derbyshire. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 2/3 of a day, but tough nonetheless. In goes Dahl again and bowls to Ackerman, who pushes it straight back to Dahl in the anti-penultimate over of the day's play. He fields in his follow through. Dahl turns at the top of his mark. On his way in again, bowls, and this one is defended again by Ackerman. There are no fireworks from either of these two batsmen now. One on 73, that's Lewis Hill, and Ackerman on 76. And with 2 overs and 2 balls, or 2 overs and 3 balls left to bowl in the day's play, these two are determined to be there tomorrow morning. The forecast has got much, much better for the remainder of this game. Dahl is in again. Again, Ackerman defends out into the offside. Dahl must be particularly heavy-footed because there are footmarks there from the bowlers, but at this end the only marks you can see are those created by Anuj Dahl. So he must have particularly heavy feet. I know Mark Watt isn't going to make huge indents with his short run up, but there he goes again, Dahl. Each foot into a mark on the pitch, and it's turned into the leg side. Zach Chappell dives to try to field it, but can't. Watt moves around to his right to do the fielding. No run. And in the last 5 overs, we've had 9 runs, which sort of tells you that these two are ready for tomorrow already. But Derbyshire still have 13 deliveries to send down before they can put their feet up. Or, in Sam Connor's case, can come and talk to me. Next delivery is defended, and Anuj Dahl sent a maiden over down. Back-to-back maidens from the Derbyshire bowlers. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 35, Anuj Dahl. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 30 for Mark Watt, who's going to continue as he strides purposefully towards the Bennett end and will bowl the final over of the day from there. 237 for 2. Hill has 73. Ackerman has 76. The partnership is worth 135. Nick Buxton saying putting Anuj Dahl and Sam Connors in my fantasy team was absolutely the kiss of death. They didn't need this season. My fault, everyone. Apologies. Thanks, Nick. As I've said many times, if we could have that kind of effect on life, I'd put it to far better use than jinxing cricketers, I can tell you.
2 overs remain. Mark Watt directs traffic out there before he starts his run-up. He's got a short, well, almost a silly mid-off, and a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket as he comes in and bowls 2. Hill goes back and cuts a short one out to the point boundary. Good work out there by both fielders, actually, because there was a follow-up fielder as well. Means that it is 2 instead of 4. He pursued it all the way. He hit it quite hard down into the ground, Hill, so he didn't gather too much pace over the outfield. 239 for 2. Hill on to 75. Watt is in. Hill is forward, getting to the pitch of the ball. Madsen, left arm started to go into the air, choked off appeal.
Excitable.
Thumped into the middle of Hill's defensive bat. Thought for a minute it was going to squeeze through somehow. Watt is in. Hill is forward. Madsen is applauding enthusiastically as ever from slip, gesturing away, saying, should we have someone in close on the leg side? Always thinking. Watt in. Hill forward. Did it take the edge? I think, let's see what the signal is. I think it sounded very wooden, didn't it? I think it went low past Madsen. I don't think it was a bye. So it came off the gloves of Brooke Guess, but it was a play and a miss. It looked to bounce a little bit as well, didn't it, from Mark Watt, who is a tall man. And with that left arm high, delivering it from a good height. And a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit unlucky. Could easily have found the edge. Didn't. 240 for 2. 2 balls to go in the over. Watt in. Ackerman forward. Gets in a good stride. Blocks it out to Lamb, who is the short, straight extra cover. Final ball of the day for Mark Watt, assuming it's a legitimate delivery. In he goes, bowls. Ackerman is driving, gets a thin edge, thickish actually edge. Goes along the ground all the way towards third man. Dahl is in hot pursuit, puts in the slide, manages to find a bit of late energy and drags it back, and Ackerman has to settle for 3 and will keep the strike for the final over. He moves on to 79, 243 now for 2.
I'm going to see an over of leg spin.
We are. Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, to finish the day's play, so that will enable me to give you the bowling figures for the Derbyshire bowlers throughout the course of this over. Zach Chappell, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 61. Sam Connors, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Ben Aitchison has bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69. I beg his pardon. And Anoj Dahl has bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 35. Mark Watt, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 35. I'm going to see the leg spin of Matt Lamb, who will bowl a maximum of 6 deliveries. If he gets a wicket now, these batsmen will be furious. Wasn't expecting to bowl in the first game. Here we go. Watch this. Wait. Then he stops. And now he's in again. Bowls, and that's a quickish delivery. He's got this leap, and then he grinds to it. He just completely stops.
So it's kind of completely superfluous, really.
Yes, except it stops him bowling no balls, he tells me.
Okay.
And how? I've no idea.
Little hop.
And he's in. Bowls, that one is, he tries the cut shot there, does Ackerman. He misses it, goes through to Brooke Guest, hands on head from Leicestershire. Then the ball is thrown back to Matt Lamb by Billy Godwin. He can't see it for the sun and has to duck out of the way. 4 balls left in the day, which took his eye out. Lamb in again, bowls, and that one is played up the back foot by Ackerman, out to Billy Godwin, who this time throws it much lower to Matt Lamb. I think having played and missed at 1, he's not going to have another go at it. Ackerman, he's on 79. Lamb bowls to him and he goes back into his crease, pushes it down the ground. Mark Watt is asked to come up from a deepish mid-on to do the fielding, which he does. 2 to go. Lamb in again. Off the middle of the bat into the onside. Fielded again by Billy Godwin. So we reached the final ball of the day's play, the final ball of the 63 overs we've been fortunate to get in today. Although it's going to take a while because Haider Ali's been called in from the cover boundary. Ground staff poised. And as Dahl moves closer, in comes Lamb and bowls and is defended, unsurprisingly, by Colin Ackerman. He finishes on 79 and Lewis Hill on 75. And Leicestershire at the close of play on day 1 of this game are 243 for 2, having been asked to bat this morning. Rishi Patel caught by Wayne Mountain off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 8. Sol Bullinger with a career best 72 was caught by Leicestershire off the bowling of Sam Connors. Both of those wickets fell before tea, at which point Leicestershire were 131 for 2 and they've moved on to 243 for 2 at the close. This partnership already worth 141 for the 3rd wicket. And well, all in all, Leicestershire's day. Derbyshire won the toss, put Leicestershire into bat, and they close on 243 for 2.
Remember, it will be, weather permitting, I hasten to add, an extended day tomorrow. We will try and squeeze in an extra, 8 overs, isn't it? Both tomorrow and Saturday in order to get some of these overs back. But I'm amazed we've had as much cricket as we had, to be quite honest. And as you say, Fletch, Leicestershire took full advantage of a pitch that appears to hold few demons. We'll be back with you bright and early.
Wow,
5 to 11.
You say that.
Bright outside, whether we'll be bright in here, well, you know us by now. But we look forward to your company. Thank you for your company today. You've made it a lot of fun. And
no, you're
thank
welcome.
You.
Oh, not me. Sorry.
Oh, of course, that goes without saying. To Brunty and the Friends of Grace Road for their lovely cake, and to the Leicestershire County Cricket Club for their quite splendid lunch. I look forward to your company tomorrow. But in the meantime, from Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's a very good evening from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road.